Hello and welcome back to Kuopio, to Finland for the World Orienteering Championships 2025. We've got the women's and then the men's long distance races coming up today. The original orienteering discipline and loads of kilometres of fast and accurate navigation. We're back here in this same arena that we had for the middle distance days. This kind of sports pitch on the edge of the town, and it is filling up with orienteering fans who are looking forward to cheering on the runners as they get into the finish. It is a gloriously sunny day today. Warm for Finland, but not too warm. It shouldn't give the athletes too much difficulty, I think, across the course of today's race. But it is super nice for the spectators, and the forest will look gorgeous in this sunlight. So we've had quite a few women already out, already coming into the finish as well, taking on the 13.3 kilometre course, and then we will focus on those last starters in the red group, the top 10 ranked athletes in terms of the Forest World ranking as well. They will be the last starters, but we have these beautiful hills rising from the lakes, the trees hiding a myriad of contour detail that the athletes are going to have to work their way around as well. And it's all set to be a super exciting race.
Yeah, definitely. It's a good forest. It's more enjoyable, I would say, than yesterday. It's easier to get a flow. We had many of the runners that mentioned that they struggled a bit to get into the race and get a good feeling. I think that will be different today. You have quite a lot of time to play your cards.
Into the map,
yeah, to settle into the map and play your cards physically if you want it. And then there are a few technical bits as well. We're going to see the map very soon. And then, I think you have this kind of different areas again as we had it yesterday with special today, 2 map changes, not map flips, but map changes. It's going to be a good one, quite the fast one, I would say, for being in Finland.
Yes, the forest is quite white, the runnability is good, and they should go around the course fairly quickly. It's 13.3k. Yeah, let's talk us through it.
Yeah, so we're starting, you can see the fence there. This is an old military area, so the first control there. Within this, it's a bit greener there, then a long leg to control 2. I think it's going to be quite straight, not that many. Of course, you can use a few streets and paths there, but basically keep close to the line. Then 4-5, you have to work yourself around these forbidden areas. The hill there at control 5, the one that we had the final loop yesterday in the middle distance. Then the first map change at the arena passage into this section where they have been yesterday, this tricky bit, very detailed. There we will have a TV control at number 10. Then another long leg, even also here, I would say, there are different options. You could go to the left. I think the very best runners in the end will keep a bit closer to the red line. At control 12, 13, the terrain shifts a bit again. Up there, the underground is not as stony as it is, especially in the area where the middle distance was. Control 16, then TV control. And from 18, I want to highlight this one again. It's quite a tricky one. There are not many features. Its visibility is low. But from there, this one here, very open forest, very good runnability. It's, it's quite easy orienteering.
Well, the long distance, it tests that route choice. It tests the endurance. Those are the main things that it tests. And we can have a look at one of the route choices here.
Yeah. You can see, this is what I mentioned, you have to work around those forbidden areas. The course planner thinks that the light blue one, the middle one, is quite good. I think so too. It's a bit too far to go the dark blue one. The red one is, I would say, it's running up the slope, especially there. They have been there yesterday. It was very good runnability at this point. I think if you're running uphill, even if it's a bit stony on the ground, it doesn't matter so much. So I think straight is a good option. You can see that there's a lot of vegetation out there in these areas here, when you have this plants on the ground, it makes it a bit harder to see where you put your feet. And this is a bit better in the northern bit. Yeah, it's less stony, and the vegetation kind of allows you to see where you put your feet. This is up on the blue one, when you take those tracks here just before the control. The control itself today in this southern and in the northern area, not very difficult within the circle.
This is that long leg you were talking about. That shows you the elevation profile with the hill on the right. And those are the options, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, we can choose to go all the way around on the dark blue one, but then you do quite a bit more distance. You don't have to climb so much if you take, for example, the light blue one. So I think it's a good option in some flatter bits. It's quite good runnability as well. So I guess that the quickest runners, they will try to stay close to the red line. Here we are, you can see in one of these middle parts, the runnability here is rather good. Visibility, it looks like you get a feeling that visibility is very good, but if you look ahead, you can't see that many contours, it's hard to get so much information. But in this part here, you have so much time, and you will get to another path before the control, so you basically have to work with direction and then push as hard as you can.
So here is the start list based on the world rankings. We've had nearly everybody start now, but if we look down the list, there's kind of some early starters that we're going to be looking out for. Elena Pichimova from Ukraine, our current leader as well. But what names should we really be looking out for on this start list?
I mean, from the earlier starters here, I would say from Alexandra Hornik, from there we can say runners have a good chance to end up in the top 10. The best starters, of course, towards the end. The very big favorite for me, again, is Tove Alexandersson, because in a long distance, there's so much time. There's even room for her to do a bit of mistakes. But it will be interesting to follow Simona Aebersold. Is she able to kind of reload after yesterday's? I mean, she had a pretty bad race in the middle section. Also going to be interesting to follow Sanna Fast, that succeeded yesterday and had a good run. And there are many. I mean, there's so many good runners, but
some
for
of the Norwegians
medals,
as well.
Yeah, of
too.
course, Benjaminsen, for example. I mean, will she finally win a race individually on this level? Many questions we can answer today, but. Well, when it comes to the gold medal, I think you're one big favorite, and if this one doesn't get it, there's another one in between all the others, Simona Aebersold, she's a bit ahead of most of the others if she gets through without any mistake. But then you have Natalia Gempel, Benjaminsen, Venla Harju, Hanna Lundberg. I mean, there's so many.
Yeah, there's lots
runners
who could get a medal, but the actual gold, Tove would have to make a lot of mistakes in order to get that gold. And if she gets it, she matches Simona Nigli's record of 23 world titles. And we said we were going to do some research. Well, you said you were going to do some research about how many
I forgot my
world champs medals.
No.
You did the research. I know you did. About how many world champs races Tove Alexandersson has done compared to Simona Nigli. What did you find?
So, if we count in this race today, Tove Alexandersson, this is a 42nd race, and Simona Nigli had 41 races. So it's quite even, we have to say. If she wins today, their equal ratio is in Simona Nigli's favor because she has less races. But if Tove would win on Saturday as well, the relay, the ratio would be on her side again. So, well, it's very tight. And it's also interesting to follow different careers, because Simona Nigli in the beginning of the career, there was a World Championships every second year. Then she had a period where you could run 4 races. And then she had like a baby break as well, 2 of them. And if you compare Tuve, I mean, she has been running every World Championships since the first one, I think 2011. But in the beginning, she was not that many times running all the distances because, in the Swedish teams, it was quite big competition for those places. So, but in the end, they had almost exactly the same amount of races.
We were just talking over the start of Simona Aebersold there. She is the defending champion. She won on home soil in Switzerland last year. Let's have a look at the routes then. Ooh, quite a few people maybe missing the route through the fence there.
Yeah, and interesting as well that quite many runners struggle with the first control. There are different ways to approach it. You can run around the street and then take it kind of overshoot it and come from the direction you should head out from the control again. Also here, different route choices, quite many different options in this first bit, but in the end you can see that they're still, quite close together.
Well, yeah, and actually if we look at the first TV split at Control 6, it looks like Malin Egervik Christiansen, the leader there, 40 seconds ahead of Eveli Karsaku. Ida Happala from Finland, you can see there, she was nearly 2 minutes down. And Marika Taney was 3 minutes down at that first TV point. So, it's super... it's super tricky and big gaps forming up just straight away, basically. So here we are at control number 10. This is the second TV control. You can see Alexandra Hornik from Poland, our current leader there. Grace Malloy 49 seconds behind, and we are waiting then for Marika Taney. She's been through the arena passage, quite an early arena passage. She's exchanged one of the controls and now waiting here at control 10. Northern Reentrant is the control description. And we're still waiting for her because she's... what was she? She was less than a minute behind Alexandra Hornik at the first TV control, but now lost more time. No, we're going to give up waiting for her and follow behind Malin Egervik Christiansen. So the leader at the arena passage. You can see just looking around here, and we will follow her on her way to controls 9 and 10. 2 short controls here, and this is part of the area that was in the middle distance yesterday. Obviously, they've got different controls. You can see all the different contour shapes here. But
it's the beginning of this difficult part here. The runnability is very good. You can see visibility is good. It's not a stony underground as it is in the slope, a bit further, to the left in the picture here.
And you see she's kind of running down this spur as it was. The control is on... Just looking at the actual description, it's on a boulder. It's not on a boulder, it's on a hill. I do know my control
on a knoll, right?
Yeah, it's on a small hill. Oh,
she was very close.
She knew that she should be very, very close to it. So that's the 9th control. There is Elza Kuza as well. So she's caught up a lot of time there, and let's see if Malin Egervik Christiansen will go into the lead. It looks really good for her at the moment. Her first Forest World Championships. 5th place in the WOC sprint race last year in Edinburgh. And managed a 14th place in the middle distance in Idre, that first round of the World Cup 2 weeks ago. She's already been through, obviously. And 1:37 ahead of the pole. Still the leader. Let's take a look then at this first part of the race. Seems to have given lots of differences.
It's interesting because the ones that in running direction going further to the right than to this area with the small houses, they were the quickest ones so far. The red one option, Eveli Kasiku, about a minute slower. You can see it 50 seconds. It's taken from the GPS, so it's not 100% accurate, but it is slower to go to left, at least with the runners we have and their strengths.
This is Teresa Roturier from Czechia, second to last to start. Beginning her campaign, she was 16th yesterday in the middle distance. Lives in Finland, studies here. Not, I think, in peak form for her, but she's going to give her best over the next 13.3 kilometres. You can see taking her map, heading out of the start. And following the little tapes to the start point itself, where the tapes end and the navigation starts. So this is TV point number 2. This is again control 10. Sanna Hotz from Switzerland into 6th place at the moment. Malin Egervik Christiansen, our leader at that point. I just saw her go through. Okay, then we see these route choices here. This is very good, interesting comparison.
It's a bit surprising to me that the dark, after what the course planner said, that the dark blue one is that good. He thought it would be too far around, but they also said that they never tested it, so they didn't really know. It's just what they expected.
Yeah, they just know that they kind of looked at the distances, at the climb. Often the course setters try to have a few runners out in the forest to run the routes and make that comparison to assist in their course setting routine.
Maybe to just give you some more information about that route choice, there were three options shown, and they were all about within 15 seconds. So it's not that you could win the race there, or most probably not.
Well, we will wait and see. Ida Happala waiting for her now. And she is late. She's not here yet.
Here she is.
She comes. Let's see what the time will be. About 30 seconds down on the lead. So a good middle section then. I'm just trying to look, because she was 2 minutes behind Malin Egervik Christiansen at the first TV point that we had. Yeah, so our first kind of split time. So she's caught up compared to the Dane at that point. So live with Camilla Staver here, and you can see she's got about the same time as the Dane here. Different route choice again.
Yeah, but you can also see that Egervik Christiansen actually did a small mistake on the route there, following the path into the wrong direction. I guess that she thought that she came to the path to the left of the junction and then tried to follow it to the right. Noticed that now I'm running down towards the lake and then turn.
So this is the last starter. Tove Alexandersson from Sweden won the middle distance yesterday. That was world title number 22. And if she wins today, she will equal the best ever number of world titles, equaling that of Switzerland's Simona Nigli. So will she be able to write her name in the history books today? It's her 42nd World Championships race. Camilla Staver from Norway didn't run the middle distance race, and we can follow her up to split number 1, which for the women is control number 6. And that's what some of these climbs look like here. She's got to climb basically up a crag to the control itself on a boulder. It's super steep in parts of this map, and this is the control. And obviously we saw her her picture, the GPS, and she was very close to the Dane. Here she comes, and this will be a new lead here. Great work there for Camilla Staber. 34 minutes of running so far. Estimated winning time today of about 90 minutes. So first third done. Oh.
Yeah.
She's coming back. She must be coming back.
Yeah. I guess
she's on a path, isn't she?
Retiring. I can't really see what she's doing otherwise. I mean, there's no good explanation what could have happened. She was in the right way and then stopped and turned. Well, I'm going to follow it a little bit, but I guess she's running down to the lake. Can't be that she is doing such a mistake.
No, that must be an injury. Here's Evely Karsaku on her way to the 10th control and looking really good. Took 7th place yesterday in that middle distance and 2nd here, just a couple of seconds ahead of Ida Haapala. Really good start there from Evely Karsaku. Here's Grace Malloy into the finish, and this is a new leading time here for Grace. Look at that, 20 minutes quicker than anybody else so far. Oh, I don't know how she'll feel about the run. Trying to gauge her reaction there, but 1 hour and 50 minutes.
Yeah, of course.
1 hour 50 then for Grace Malloy. She is our current leader then at the finish. As the time now starts to get closer to that 1.5 hour time. Let's have a look then. This is Benjaminson's route to control number 2, and it's not quick. She's gone behind here.
Yeah, but on leg 1 to 2, she was the quickest one of the one in the comparison, as we can see here, at least. And I can tell you that Abersold was on that one as well, same route. So
did Benjaminson make a mistake at control 1?
She did one at control 1, yeah.
Okay. Let me make a note of that so I can remember later on. Here we are back in the forest behind Alexandra Hornick of Poland. On her way to split control number 3, and our new leader in the finish is listening here, Grace Malloy. Grace, how was your race? How did you find it out there?
Yeah, it was good. It was a long way and it was tough. Lots and lots of running today, which is usually what suits me, but I didn't feel great. I felt as tired as I wanted to feel at the end after about 70 minutes. So the last, because it was like 3 parts, the third part was really, really tough physically. Not that difficult technically, but that bit was hard. Bit of a struggle into the finish.
Yeah, how did you try and keep it together and keep your orienteering together when you're feeling knackered like this?
Just trying to switch on and switch off. I can't be 100% focused for an hour and 50 minutes, so knowing when to be super, super focused and going in and out of the controls. Sometimes I didn't get the balance right, like the first control missed a little bit and a few others. So a few more mistakes than I would like, but overall it was okay.
What was your decision-making process on the long legs?
I wanted to be on the pass as much as possible, but also I think the big paths are a lot quicker than the small paths, so trying to weigh that up. In some areas the small paths are just as fast, but here they're rooted and rocky, so you have to factor that in as well. Yeah, my strength is running really, so the more time I can spend at full speed, the better for me.
And you're living out in Sweden now. Does that make any difference for your preparations for World Champs like this here in Scandinavian terrain?
Yeah, it's been really helpful. I think the terrain around Stockholm is actually not too dissimilar from this, so I haven't done too many camps here, been out here for a couple of weeks, but I feel like I've been preparing well all winter in similar terrain, which has really helped me.
Yeah, well done so far. Leader at the finish. Thanks, Grace.
Thanks.
All right, Grace Malloy there. Great to see her into the lead at the moment. Alexandra Hornick, though, at control 13. She was faster than Grace previously, but just waiting through for her here right at the northern end of the map. And a little re-entrance. some greener sections, and this way you look through the forest, you can hear people coming. That's Yves van Dongen of the Netherlands, and here is Hornick. So Hornick here, 33 seconds slower than Grace Malloy. So I think maybe some troubles to that control because she was faster than the Brit. Now we can go further back in the course to control number 6. We're looking for Natalia Gempela. This is the control we should look for her at. She was 6th yesterday and gone into the lead here, there faster than Camilla Staver. So her time there, 33 minutes and 41 seconds. Lots of the spectators here looking at the GPS tracking, trying to see how everyone's doing. And so we're live with Simona Abersold. You can see she's had a really good start.
Interesting to see on this single leg here. She was a minute quicker than Venla Harju and 3:45 quicker than Anna Lundberg. Yeah, you can see it was not very distinct by Lundberg. Now we see Sanna Fast in the picture. She's at a good start as well.
Yeah, she's come up well in our pre-warning,
Yeah, on the way to the TV control.
Yeah, this is number 6. So you see some parts of this woodland are so runnable here. Even on the slope, you have not very much on the ground. She can take that climb. But she can look ahead to see where she wants to kind of climb up this steeper part as well, looking really fast.
But compared to Simona Abersold that we had in the picture before, on this long route 1 to 2, she lost almost 2 minutes. So it's quite a decisive one. That you have a good execution. I'm not sure if it matters so much if you go a bit to the left or to the right, but you have to execute it well. Not many of the runners that went to the right executed it so well. But it seems to be good to go down to the lake. Both Benjaminsen and Abersold did that. Yeah.
So Fast goes into the lead, 32.27, over a minute faster than Gempela. But as you said, we're waiting for Benjaminsen and Abersold as well, particularly if that's going to show up just how good that route was. Those are standings at control 6 then. Sanna Fast taking the new lead there. Natalia Gempela, Camilla Staver completing that top 3. Malin Egevik Christiansen started quite a bit before those 2 other women, so we'll look out for her to take new leading times, hopefully at later points in the race as well. Let's have a look then here.
You can see that, or you're gonna see that Roturier is doing a mistake to the first control, and that Tuve is she almost caught her at the first control. She was a bit far to the right. I guess, I mean, that's very typical because in the continent, in continental terrain, often those boundaries of the green areas are very sharp and clear. And it feels that like she tried to follow the edge of the green area to the control, and here it's more fluent, the change between the green and the white. So that's it's much harder to follow green areas here than it is usually in the Czech Republic.
So you can see Alexanderson and Roturier there. If you are Teresa Roturier, what do you try and do?
I don't know if she's gonna try to stay for too long together with Tuve. On the other hand, I mean, every minute you can stay with Tuve is a good minute, I guess. But she has to, of course, do this calculation. Is it worth to potentially overdo it a little bit in the beginning in order to save a bit of time? But then she will pay for it towards the end. I mean, that's a difficult one to know. It's not so hot, but you have the sun often directly on you. You're sweating a lot, I guess. You're losing a lot of water on the course, so it's going to be tough, and it's early. It was the first control. I guess that she kind of hoped for Tuve to come at one point, but not at the first control.
Not at the first control, no. She'll be gutted with that. Okay, this is the arena passage. See the Swedish coach there, just handing her some water. She'll drop a map. She's got to pick up another one here and starts the next part of the race. Map exchanges here, already straight into reading the next one, and she gets cheered through the arena in a leading position. This is Andrina Benjaminsen, the Norwegian, the defending bronze medalist. And how's she going to compare to Sanne Fast? She is not going to set the new leading time. And she's got to climb up the hill to this control here. You can very clearly see it on the boulder.
But Benjaminsen, as you said, 1.5 minute mistake to the first control. That's quite a lot. Puts her in a bad position from the beginning. I mean, she wasn't caught by anyone due to the mistake, so it was not that big. But now she has to fight back, get back that 1.5 minutes, and then kind of try and hope for the others to do mistake as well.
So she had a very bad first control, but a very good second control, and she won't really know that. Maybe she'll get a sense when she comes through the arena. I want to talk about Denisa Kralova here, because quite a surprise not to see her make the middle distance final, but she's got loads of potential. I mean, she's showed really great results this spring. Yeah,
she did, especially in the relays, and I got the feeling that she might have taken another step towards to be consistent within the top 10. Well, it's a tough one to miss out on the qualification. Yeah, now she has a bit of an advantage today because she's not been running the middle distance, of course. She's going to try to put that in a positive way in order to get and refocus and get some motivation for today. But of course, it's not good for your self-confidence to not make it to the final in the middle distance.
Something that some people in the arena have been talking to me about was the women ran second yesterday, late, and now they're running this next day, no rest day between the middle and the long, they're running first. Do you think that's going to make an impact on the women's race compared to the men's?
It's a difference of like 2 hours. Maybe
not for
in
the first starters.
Yeah, not for the first starters.
Or the middle starters, maybe.
I think the first starters, they have different struggles throughout the course in this one. It's a tough one generally because you don't even have 24 hours from one race to the other. You have a middle distance, very intense running, and then the long distance. It's a tough program. But I don't know if those like 2 hours or 3 hours will make a very big difference. It's important to get some good sleep and get the recovery there, but yeah, no.
You don't think it's going to make a difference? Anyway, Venla Harju here, she was 11th in yesterday's middle distance. She was signing lots of autographs after her run yesterday, taking lots of selfies, and she's on her way to the 6th control. This is all about pacing yourself, especially, they're only at the 1/3 points at the moment. And got to get the navigation right as well. So she's not going to go into the lead here, but it does look like it was a good start for the Finn at the moment. Wait for her at the top of the hill here. Then they've got one more control, then this arena passes, so you change the map. It's 1 to 15,000 map, as is always the case for these long distances for the elites. And many athletes running with magnifier, so they can really pick up all of that detail on the map as well. You can see it's quite a small map here because it's all kind of split up in different sections, and this is so they can't plan ahead. Harju then into 3rd, and it's so they can't plan ahead, right?
Yeah, exactly. So you have in some bits you have. Well, one bit is that you would have a massively big map if you had, because it's quite a long area. One other bit is, of course, sometimes on a long distance you have quite a lot of time where you just kind of, you're executing, you're running on paths on the roads, and if you have one map, you could basically plan ahead quite a long. We got the example at Jukkola, where I think it was Timo Sill said that actually had planned the long route already on the way to the starting point. So you have those runners who actually plan a lot on beforehand, and you can put a bit of pressure on the runners if you have a map change throughout the course, and then you don't give away anything of the things coming later on.
So that was Camilla Staver through into the lead. A couple of World Cup long distance medals to her name. This is the difference between Sanne Fast and Venla Harju, and the same route pretty much apart from the end.
I mean, Sanne Fast is a very physically strong runner, but I think in the end there she was a bit smarter taking the path actually to climb as well. I don't think it's the whole difference of 36 seconds made there, but between 15 and maybe around 15 seconds could be possibly.
Here's Miritrana Erdem, who didn't run the middle distance, in fact. So on fresh legs, the other runners who did the middle distance have 2 races in their legs, of course, in 3 consecutive days, a qualification, the final, and then today's long distance. And into the top 10 at the moment for Miritrana Erdem. This is Venla Harju then at the arena passage, and lots of Finnish flags going to be waving. She'll probably take on some refreshment. She does turn the corner, drop her map in the box, pick up a new one. Just about picking up a new one. One-handed. Taking on a lot of liquid as well. And keeping going into the forest, ready for the next section. So Venla Harju at that last TV control was in 3rd. Now we are live with Tove Alexanderson.
And interesting on the long leg to control 2. She was going quite straight. We saw the beginning of the route, Hauturier and Alexanderson together. And she lost about a minute, almost 53 seconds, I think. That's what we see here.
We don't have the GPS of Alexanderson, it's just frozen there.
Yeah, but it is around, I would say, half a minute, maybe.
So Tove Alexanderson, the last starter, wants to upgrade on last year's silver medal. Back in the forest, this is Denisa Kralova behind her. And behind the Norwegians, I think that's Camilla Staver ahead actually, who's caught her by 6 minutes. Therefore, we have a 3-minute start interval. That is it. And you just have to be so good at making through the terrain. You can see that Staver's just that little bit better, just that little bit faster there. Okay, we're live with Sara Hagström, and she's taken this different route choice through to control 5. She was behind Abersold anyway. And Sara Hagström, really, she was very disappointed with her race yesterday, so she wants to try and do a bit better today.
I mean, she had very bad exit from control 3. But
2,
I mean,
yeah.
Was it 2? Yeah, 2 control 3.
Yeah, 2 control 3, yeah.
Yeah, something like this. Anyway, I mean, she was a minute behind already at control 2 now. It's a tough one for her because it's a very physical race and she's coming from this long injury. I think she's gonna be happy if she's gonna be able to execute it well, avoid mistakes like yesterday, and then if she does this, she will end up in the top 10 position. I think she would be quite happy with that.
So Hanna Lundberg here, she is the bronze medalist in the middle distance race, and we can follow her up towards control number 6. We saw her route choice from control 2 to control 3. She lost roughly, because it's taking on the GPS time, 3 minutes and 45 seconds. So we'll see how she compares at this point.
She's approximately 1 minute ahead of Simona Abersold now. She started 6 minutes ahead of her. So I'm not sure if Simona Abersold was able to see her exiting this control because it's an uphill and downhill. But if so, that would be a big self-confidence boost for Simona.
Just seen the information, Marika Taney has come back to the finish, so she as retired from the race. I think she got through, nearly took about control number 9, and then she looked like she was making her way back. So real shame for the Finn, who was actually the best of the Finns in yesterday's middle distance race. So big shame for her. Let's wait for Hanna Lundberg because, she's lost a lot of time on that route choice from control 1 to 2, and still, I think we can hear something, but no sign of her yet. Here she comes. So she's pretty much lost all of that time on that route choice. keeping going here.
And very soon we're going to have Simona Abersol to this 6th control as well. Should be here in about half a minute, I would say.
Yeah, I'll see if we can catch her on the running camera. Let's have a look then here. Whoa!
Yeah, that's that must have been a mistake. She can't have planned this. I mean, you can go to the left in the beginning, but then you should change back, get closer to the red line.
Yeah, go by that out of bounds area.
Yeah, exactly.
But considering how far around it is,
yeah,
to have only lost 116.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Really?
But she's going to lose more because she has been running so much distance later on in the course. It takes a lot of energy to do that. Well, yeah. I don't know if that was planned. If yes, that's really... Takes a lot of courage to plan like this.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So now we are waiting for Simona Abersol on the way to the first TV control. Actually, she's doing a mistake here.
Oh, she is.
She was running up the hill, came to a stone. It's just on the circle. You can see it here. There's a stone there just under the red line, under the circle. And then I think she thought that she's in the one on the end of the hill and turned back. Yeah, that's really, really annoying for her. She had such a good start. She had this lead of about a minute compared to Tuve Alexandersson. This is going to be lost here. It's going to cost at least a minute. She's still not back on track, really.
And we're not even at that control anymore because
No.
she's still not here. This is control 10 with Sanna Fast setting a new quickest time there ahead of Gempala.
So now she has control over the situation again. She should be at the control at any second.
Yeah, that's the mistake from
No,
Abersol. Do you think she just didn't know where she came up?
No, I think she came up.
did.
She came up. She was running up, came to a stone, thought that she was too far ahead in the slope, and then went back. Because it was very obvious that she turned at the stone.
So yes, a new leading time, but it could have been so much of a bigger gap. In fact, at the pre-warning, she was 2 minutes quicker than Sanna Fast, so she's lost about
1.5 minutes.
Yeah, 1.5 minutes there. Okay, Ida Haapala into the lead then at control number 13, right at the northern end of the map. After that route choice, you can see that she went a fairly straight route. And it puts her into the lead ahead of Malin Egve Christiansen. So let's have a look here. We're live with Sara Hagström, or we're nearly live because we lost her tracking. There she is. And she is descending into the control now. So maybe just a little bit slower than Sanna Fast. But the course planner said those route choices were fairly even.
I mean, she lost about 50 seconds compared to Sanna Fast on this one. On the long route between 4 and 5.
Okay, now live with Tove Alexandersson, and you can
she's
see
going straight.
she's going straight. So we'll see how that manages to match up with all of the others. And you can see at this point she's kind of ahead-ish of Fast and Hagström, but Abersol, we know Abersol is going to make that a big mistake to number 6. So Alexandersson only a couple of minutes away from our first TV control.
It's going to be interesting to follow this one because, well, of the top runners so far, most of them went either to the north or to the south. Alexandersson, the first one, going straight here. We know that it has so far been a bit quicker to go to the north around the hill.
So Sara Hagström here. Just looking for the track. There's lots of small tracks out in this forest. It's clearly very, very well used by the locals. It's right on the edge of the town, which in some ways makes it quite tricky. The forest has dried out a lot though compared to yesterday. And I think this must be the more easterly part of the climb where we saw Simona Abersol climb up, I think, as well. So soon at the 6th control. She'll follow along the ridge and we should catch her up here. See, she'll come along probably the small track. Lots of small tracks in the terrain.
But I mean, this is a good start for Sara Hagström. Not the easiest task to reload again after a mistake like this in the race before. She knows that of course, she's been training better than before now. I mean, she has been able to run throughout the winter and stuff like that, but still, she knows that the long distance will be tougher for her to get a good result compared to the middle distance. But
yeah, when you were out for basically a whole season, you know.
But I mean,
this
is a good start for her. She's in 3rd position here, or
4th position.
4th position, yeah.
Here's Benjaminsen, and she's at control 10. This looks like it'll be a new leading time. Benjaminsen was slower than Sandefast at the first TV control, 20 seconds slower, now in the lead, the Norwegian. Here is the tracking. So we're live with Tove Alexandersen. Everybody else's GPS kind of adjusted as if they all started at the same time. So Alexandersen now got to descend into the controls. She's done all the climb. But you can see at that point, Abersold was in the lead.
Yeah, I think the gap would be around 25-30 seconds. So my expectation is that Alexandersen is going to be in the lead by a minute at control 6, if she's not doing any mistake until then.
You can see almost Abersold hesitating there into the control itself.
Yeah, I
just
think
on
she
the
lost the
climb.
track a little bit.
Yeah, I think she did. It's actually those small indistinct tracks where you have the 2 dashes and then the break, they are quite small, and there's quite a few like animal tracks and other small kind of older tracks maybe that aren't as well used anymore in the forest, so they are really hard to follow. So yeah, a couple of mistakes maybe. Back at control number 10, waiting for Ven Lahayu. She was about 15 seconds behind Benjaminsen. So Benjaminsen, middle section of the race, going really well for her. We're looking for the Finn. And Ven Lahayu, a former European champion in this discipline, in this long distance. That was back in 2022 in Estonia. And into 3rd. At this point, 1 minute slower than Benjaminsen.
Half a minute behind. Are you currently on the 4th place? Then 1 minute to Spider.
Okay, let's have a look what happened, because normally this means a mistake.
Yeah, or maybe to show the
choice.
different route choices here. Kasik and Hapala was very equal.
Very equal.
And different route choices here again. Kasik could, you can see that she kind of missed this little track there as well. It's as you said, it's hard to see them. We have seen that yesterday as well towards the last control. Those small tracks, very hard to see them in the forest, also because there are animal tracks. Sometimes they're a bit longer as well. It's often hard to say when's the point where you should map them or not. So if you're following them, yeah, suddenly you get lost a few steps and then you look around and it's not there anymore. So
Tove Alexandersen climbing here up towards control number 6. The boulder, and she's gone up south of the control, so not the same way that Abersold did. And yeah, she's going to set the new fastest time. The lead here, she is the last starter.
Yeah, but I mean, Absolt, so far without a mistake, would have had the better race. So it's not very, very clear that she is just gonna dominate this one here.
Yeah.
Tuve.
I agree. I think it could still be a really good fight on between Abersold and Alexanderson. Maybe that second long route choice leg towards control 12 will be quite decisive here. We'll have to wait and see. So Alexanderson ahead of Abersold. At that point, Sanna Fast in third place, and Gina Benny Minson in fourth, Sara Hagström in fifth, and then the Harju of Finland, home nation, into sixth place. So now we move to the northern end of the map. This is after this big old long leg. This is Eveli Karsaku. As you could see there, that was a fifth place for her there. 4 minutes behind Ida Haapala. Still leading. That's about the 10-kilometre mark, 9.9 kilometres, and we should have a little look at these route choices.
That's
then
where
as well.
Karsaku lost the small track there. You can see that she went back for it later on. Seems to be good to get through the... Oh, then she did a mistake there, a pit loss. I mean, it's not so necessary to be...
Really accurate.
running on those tracks. They're not so much quicker. On this one, you could take direction, and then you would, for a few meters, it doesn't matter if you lose contact with the map. You have this pass, you have the forbidden areas there on the way to the next control. It's important that you push hard in the terrain where runnability allows you to push, and that you're a bit you're not totally wrong with direction, but you don't have to be accurate on every meter there.
No, you don't have to keep 100% map contact. And Tove Alexanderson, the big favourite for today's race, through the arena passage after about a third of the race. Gets a new map, moves on to the second map of three. It's fairly evenly divided into 3 maps for the athletes today. Let's have a look at the live tracking there, and we can see Sanna Fast climbing up the hill here. Again, taking those small little indistinct paths through that middle section. And we have the comparison with Gempela here, because Gempela, I mean, I wonder if this will show itself to be a very Swiss route, as the Swiss tend to like going round. So far, the quickest one, is more exiting as Haapala did. I mean, Haapala actually is the quickest one on this one. So far, but of course we don't have Gempela there yet, and we don't have Sanna Fast because we're live with her. But from the runners, it's also hard to compare different runners. We know, for example, Alexandra Hornig went on that Gempela route, and she was only 20 seconds slower than Haapala, so it's a bit hard to compare the strength of those different runners. Maybe Gempela is Gempela is quicker on the left one compared to if she would have been going straight. When it's within like 15 to 20 seconds, it's so hard. It can be differences between runners as well. And as we saw from the previous tracking with Eveli Karsaku, it's all about the execution as well, because if you're going to, keep stopping and the risk of not getting it 100% is much bigger if you go straight, but as it is by now, it has been quicker to go straight. Hannah Lundberg there into 7th place, equal with Karsaku. And that is at the second TV control number 10. Most of that time lost on the route choice from 1 to 2. Here's Ida Haapala then, and this is control 16. So on her way kind of back now down towards the arena. This one on the boulder. Some really good running in parts, and we'll set her compass ready for the next control as well. But that is quite a big lead there. Grace Malloy still the leader at the finish. 1 hour 50 minutes for her. Here's Abersold then, and let's have a look at the time. This is control 10 in that tricky bit around the middle distance. Yeah, and it's actually the bit where she did a big mistake yesterday, so it's going to be interesting, but no problems at all to control 9.
course, I guess that she is very careful here. I mean, they have an idea that they will go back into this when they were preparing, so I think she was very... they were for sure analyzing what happened there, and now she is maybe a bit extra careful today.
So Abyssal safely through our second TV control in the lead now. 45 minutes of running for her. And we can actually follow her out of this control, and because the 11th control is not that far away, we just add a little pressure to her here in this area where she did make mistakes before, and you get a sense of how tricky it is as well.
Exactly here she did the mistake yesterday.
Yeah, so she's familiar with the difficulties.
But she has been in this area quite a bit as well, so she might recognize it. She was looking for, I think, a crack or a stone just behind the green bit yesterday, and when she was, I heard some kind of analysis when she talked to Natalia Gempele that she didn't get it together. Then I thought it has to be just around behind the hill and the control wasn't there, so difficult one.
So Alexandra Hornick into the finish, and this is going to be a new leading time then here for the pole. Goes just less than a minute quicker than Grace Malloy. About 1:49 here for Alexandra Hornick from Poland. And a super, super long race then here. Going straight to taking the shoes off.
Yeah, usually not a super good sign, because that kind of maybe a sign of some pain.
Yeah, I think so, possibly. But she is into the lead. 1:49 and 19 seconds for Alexandra Hornick. In fact, she was 15th at the first TV control.
Here we have Abyssal again. I think she's leaving the control 11 now, so she's planning the route to 12.
And yeah, it'd be interesting to see which way she decides to go.
Yeah, it looks as if she's heading towards the left, down the slope. I'm not sure if she has the control or not, but I think she has it. Yeah, she must have had it. So because her GPS stopped just before the control, it's hard to say.
Yeah, I think she must have done. Here's Maria Lawson. And I think... oh no, she was 17th at the previous TV control. Running here, going to go into 11th, so just ahead of Kralova from Czechia. Again, a lot of good forest credentials for Maria Lawson.
Here at the comparison again on this long leg.
So we're live with Benny Minson here.
Yeah. And very soon we're going to have Gempele at the control as well. Will give us a bit of an indication about her route as well. Just to mention here, Argevi Kristiansson, who went all the way around there from where Gempele is still, she's still the 5th quickest time on this one, only lost about 50 seconds.
On the leg?
On the leg.
Whoa! Oh, I was maybe slating that route choice too much.
Yeah, me too, but I mean, if she lost a minute, that's... well, that's just a fact, but it was not as bad as it looked to me at the first sight.
So just taking a look down in the crags now, and we have Alexandra Hornick with us as well. She's just come into a new leading time. Alexandra, how was your race?
It was quite okay for the first 45 minutes. Then I started to dying really, and so last part I took quite slow, I think. More like praying to get to the finish with as little time loss as possible, because I couldn't stand there anymore.
It was a long race. Grace Malloy actually said the same thing. How do you try and keep focus when you're so tired at the end?
I was keep repeating to myself that, okay, one by one control by one control, one step by one step. Really, I didn't check my watch at all. So actually I was very surprised with my time at the finish. But it explains how I feel actually. Yeah.
Were you surprised to come into the lead?
Not really. I knew that one of the best like quite early at the start list, so I was expecting actually that I can come with some lead. That, well, I don't think it will last too long. But yeah.
And is that, we saw you go straight to kind of take your shoes off. Are you okay? Are you in any pain as well with your feet?
Yeah, I start to kind of burn. I'm not sure what is in my socks, but I don't expect good view. But hopefully not too bad, so I can be ready for relays.
Well, rest up, rest carefully, enjoy the rest day tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So Alexandra Hornick, our new leader at the finish, sorry. So 1:49.19 for her. We go back into the forest. This is Camilla Staver into second place at the moment. At that point, you can see Kralova there as well, the two athletes running together. This is back further in this terrain. This is Sara Hagström. And she looks like she will go into fourth place. This is control number 10. Into fourth place at that point. So 1:45 behind.
She was about a minute behind at the first TV control, so she lost another 45 seconds approximately.
A
I can
minute
tell you,
behind
it's interesting here. We see Gempele coming to this TV control. She was actually more than 1.5 minutes quicker between 11 and 12 compared to Ida Haapala. So she definitely was able to play out her strength on this. Well, a round route choice that you call the Swiss route to the left on the street.
Well, I will ask you the question, is Abersold going that route?
Yeah, definitely.
And wow, this is a big gap here, 4:37. So I was kind of mentioned this with Benjaminsen. When you've not made any mistakes, but you've made good route choices, you don't really get the feedback necessarily from the good route choices unless you're catching people.
No, but I think you can get the feeling that you're in a good flow in a way. So you get a feeling that, well, what I've done can't be that bad. I mean, she's very experienced. That's a big advantage of experienced runners compared to, first-time WOC runners.
So Alexanderson into the lead here, ahead of Abersold, and let's just have a look. Her lead has grown. It was 42 seconds at the previous TV control, and now double that at this point. But we've got this big long route choice leg to go, and that is going to be super crucial. So Alexanderson through into the lead at this point, and we'll follow her then through towards control number 11 as well, taking her kind of down through past the green here as well.
I think that she's gonna go straight. It would be a bit surprised if she would be going to the left and take all this, all the way around on the path.
It'll be so interesting then to compare Abersold and
It wouldn't really match her
Alexanderson.
profile in a way to do that.
To go round.
Yeah.
I will ask you more about that in a moment, but let's keep following Tove Alexanderson as the 22 times world champion shows us how it's done here in and amongst this slightly denser section. All these very small, intricate and detailed contour features. She was on her way to control number 11 there. So those are the standings at control 10, just under halfway round the course. Tove Alexanderson with a lead of 1 minute and 24 seconds. She is the last starter, so that means she's been sweeping through. We've had pretty much everybody through at that point. I think she's managed to drop Teresa Rotore. This is Sanna Fast here, and where are we catching up with her? She's on her way through to 13.
So this is just after a long leg. Actually, her time on this long leg, she was the second fastest, but she lost more than a minute compared to Natalia Gempele.
So Sanna Fast looking for the 13th control. You can see a little bit flatter in this section here. She crossed the path. She's got to go over the hill and then down the other side to a small re-entrance. You can see some parts, these younger trees, they just close the visibility in a little bit.
I would also say that she actually executed 11-12 quite good. So I would say that it might be better to go around there. But, I mean, we have a minute difference. Usually she's not that much slower compared to Natalia Gempele if you just look at it physically.
No, in fact, I'd say she's faster than Natalia Gempele at the moment when it comes to physicality. But she's only going to be a few seconds behind Gempele. So Gempele and fast with a 4-minute gap back to the rest of the field. And that's Ida Happala leading the way there. So I talked about the route choice, that going around being a Swiss route choice. And you can see this is the difference it's made for Gempele compared to Sanne Fast, who has made this, really done this really well in terms of the execution. Why am I talking about it as a Swiss?
But I wouldn't say a Swiss, it's a continental route.
Okay.
I mean, we had seen many Danes, if you want to call Danish terrain as continental as well. But I mean, it's usually in continental terrain, or quite often you're forced to look for route choices around because vegetation would slow you down so much, or then you have like very steep bits, valleys that just don't allow you to go
Or
straight. So you're much
hillsides,
more used to look to the left and to the right if there is any help that allows you to take a path. So I think your eye is much more trained, or your brain is trained on looking for those options. And in Scandinavia, often the course, I mean, straight is almost every time an option. And if you execute it well, it's almost every time quite a good option. Not often that you actually have such a long passage where you can follow a path or a street. So I think it's very much that you look at it, and as a Scandinavian, you think, okay, straight is an option. I'm not going to lose a lot of time in it. And if you look at it as a Swiss, for example, you look, okay, left is an option. This allows me to save a bit of energy. I don't have to read everything because you're not so much used to read and execute on the route itself and read and micro routes and everything. So I think, it's a bit different in approach. And here we see
Benny Minson, just kind of pausing on her way into this 13th control. Just got to, I think, drop a little bit more. Here it is in this small re-entrant just on the approach. You can say she goes faster than Gempele. And which route did she go?
She went straight. Yeah. She is a Scandinavian runner.
But yeah, Gempele's caught time on Benny Minson there at that point, but Benny Minson in the lead at the moment. We're waiting for Teresa Roturier. And you can see going to come through here, similar time to Grace Malloy, who's still second at the finish. And just punching there into 17th place. So yes, didn't stick with Tove Alexanderson when she was caught. So lost 3 minutes pretty much to the first control. Now 8 minutes down. And let's have a comparison.
That's very interesting because Venla Harju went to the left as well. And she's a very Scandinavian runner as well. So that might be the exception that proves my point.
So Venla Harju going around, you can see very similar time to Sanne Fast, and we will get her time check at the 13th control.
And I mean, very impressive because she's not all the way at the control yet, but she is going to have quite a similar time as Natalia Gempele. And that's well done on a path and road route. As this one.
Really, really similar time. You can see just how much time she was able to get ahead of Fast. So good middle section for Venla Harju. Crowds building at the arena. A rest day for the spectator races today. But now more and more orienteering fans making it to the arena. Here is Cecile Landry and Ida Happala. And actually, she's caught loads of time on Calendry because she started, look at the differences in their numbers. She's caught up lots of time on the French athletes. But we are interested in Ida Happala here, 9th place in yesterday's middle distance. And she's on her way to split 5. So we haven't seen this one yet. This is a very pretty control, I can tell you.
It's not a difficult one, I can tell you.
No, it's not. This is the section a little bit closer to the city, so it's
And it's
lots
very
of tracks.
close to the finish.
It's very close to the finish. It is indeed, and that looks like a new lead for Haapala. Kalandri goes into 8th. You can see 15 minutes behind.
The control is in such a good place. You have a great view from it, but we have the camera on the wrong side.
Yeah, you can look the other way and you're out over the lake, and it's beautiful, it's gorgeous, and the forest here is so open. There's not much sections of bare rock on this map, but there is lots there.
Yeah.
So apart from, it's quite unrepresentative of the rest of the forest, to be honest, but it's a beautiful spot. And there's actually loads and loads of small tracks for all of the locals. Okay, this looks like 13, I think. So I think we're looking for we're looking for Hayu, of course we are. Looking for Venla Hayu. She is slower than Benjaminson. Just struggling to get her on the running camera. Here she comes. And so at this point, Benjaminson, Gempala, and then Sanafast, and then Venla Hayu, 45 seconds down. So quite close, really, at this section. As this is a turning around point. It's the northern edge of the map, and they basically make their way all the way back to the finish from there. So we wait for Gempala. This is control number 16. So the 4th time we get the splits. You can see 11.2, that's out of 13.3 kilometers of the course. That's actually 13.3 kilometers if you swim across the lake.
Yeah.
But Gempala still looking really good here, and is going to have a big margin ahead of Haapala and Malloy. So off to medium leg next. She's actually one that always. Oh, she'll have done that more than once in the terrain today. Uses a base plate compass, so you can kind of see her map and her compass in different hands. She'll have been setting her compass there.
Now we can give away as well that Alexanderson is going straight on it. Not totally unexpected. It's going to be very, very interesting to compare Abersold to Alexanderson.
So this is Ida Haapala to the finish. You can see there what Grace Malloy was mentioning about some of those small paths being very rocky, very rooty. But Ida Haapala is on her way to the finish. And will she be able to set the new leading time here? Here she comes. It's going to be a big new leading time. Ida Haapala will go into the lead. Will go faster than Alexandra Hornick and Grace Malloy. The Finn here will be about 1 hour 45, crossing the line and rewarded with a new leading time here. Gosh, it's a long, long race for these athletes. And 1 hour 45 is the leading time then at the moment for Ida Haapala. You can remember she went straight on that long route choice. She executed it really, really well there. Not in the tracking here.
Yeah, but I mean, she lost almost 2 minutes compared to her teammate Venla Hayu, who went to the left. So yeah, she executed it well, but I don't know if she was able to really push enough on the sections where the terrain allowed you to push, actually. Because it can't only be the route choice. We have seen runners that went straight that were closer to the time of Venla Hayu.
So you can see here, actually Ida Haapala had a really good last part of the course. Both Alexandra Hornick and Grace Malloy were really talking about struggling with the physicality and the very physical nature of the last section of the course. And you can see they did drop time there, but that's Ida Haapala did that really, really well. I'm sure we'll get a chance to ask her about it. This is Denise Kralova, and we're looking for Camilla Steva as well. Remember, Gempala had a 6-minute lead when she came through this point. Marlin Eggevi Christiansen, I think they're into the third place.
On the backside of the thigh.
But into third place there, the Dane, 1 hour 49.59. Let's wait for Abersold then. Oh my goodness me.
She had a great leg. She was another 45 seconds quicker compared to Venla Harju on the same route. So very good execution. And we know that Alexanderson went straight. There's a chance now again to maybe get back into this race for Simona Abersold.
So waiting at 16 for Sana Fast, and just waiting. Gempala still in the lead there. Then the big gap to Harpala, who is our leader in the finish. You can hear her. Here she comes.
Sana Fast lost about a minute.
Yeah, because she at the previous split was 10 seconds slower than Gempala, so lost time.
Yeah, but she lost from the pre-warning to the previous split, wasn't it? No, that's right.
Not really. Here's Abersold then, punching at that control, and the lead is 3 minutes. 3-minute lead for Abersold, ahead of Benjaminsen, with Sara Hagström and Tove Alexandersson pretty much still to come. Let's have a little look here.
Benjaminsen out, Harju with a different exit, totally different exit. Bit surprising. Yeah.
Whoa, where did she think she was?
No, I mean, she must have known that I think she wanted to take...
Maybe she thought she was on the other path.
No, I think she wanted to go straight south to the small path and then follow this one up, but she didn't have a good direction out from the control and kind of confused for a while. Not the best execution between 13 and 14. Can try to figure out how much time she loses there.
That's very strange route to control 14. But Benjaminsen currently second at the previous TV control. That 3 minutes and 9 seconds behind Abersold, which goes into the lead here. So 37 seconds quicker than Gempala, and then another minute back to Sana Fast.
Harju lost about 1.5 minutes compared to Benjaminsen if the GPS timing is right here.
So let's look here at Abersold versus Alexandersson. We're live with Tove Alexandersson
here. It was about a minute, right? A bit more, 80 seconds, I think you said. The difference between Alexandersson and Abersold at control 10. I think it was 120
yeah,
something.
124.
I mean, we could just look
it was
at
124.
the times, 124.
I remember it. Don't worry. We're not this far. We're not so far into the broadcast. It's not Team Mila. But Abersold and Alexandersson should be close then into control 12. You can see Alexandersson's going a little bit further round here. Abersold more direct.
I mean, from this point, Alexandersson has a very convenient way to control 12. She has a small track now that leads her through the green. Then she can just run over to the next path, follow it down. Then I will just before the control, I would actually suggest to stay on the left side of the crack of the cliff towards control 12, because the re-entrant there is very, very stony. If you come from the left, so a bit from the west in this re-entrant down, you get a very nice entrance to the control.
So this is Hanna Lundberg here, and she is...
on the way to 13, just climbing up after control 12. But I mean, she started 6 minutes ahead of Abersold.
Yeah, and Abersold's already through here, so Abersold has overtaken and dropped Hanna Lundberg, the bronze medalist from yesterday. So she crosses the path. Has to keep direction here. Going to the hill and then dropping down into the re-entrance. She will pass the second path. See, they're very rocky. Of course, she just took a couple of steps on the path as well. She's got to find a hill and then go down the slope too. And actually, I think maybe that was that's a third path she's hit.
She's a bit far.
I was
up
going to
the
say,
hill.
when she crossed the path, it was at a strange angle, and I think she's gone a little bit too far left. So we wait at the control. This is control 13 for Hannah Lundberg.
here
I
she
think we can hear her
comes.
over on the right. So she's made a small mistake to this control. Just being slightly too far left when she crossed the path, and into 9th place for Hannah. Eveli Karsaku on her way into the finish. And listening is Ida Haapala, the new leader at the finish. Ida, congratulations. How was your run?
Thanks. I felt it was not that good, and I'm not really that happy, but overall it was still super nice to run in front of the home crowd, so I can't be that sad like when I have this great opportunity to compete.
Yeah, lots of fans cheering for you at the end. What did you find tricky about the course and your run today?
Well, I think the first part, the first lap before Arena Passage, I didn't execute that well, and I had some struggles getting out of the fence, and then also some execution of the long legs didn't feel that good, but I think it went like better and better until the finish. So.
Yeah, you looked really strong at the end compared to Alexandra Hornick and Grace Malloy, who we've spoken to. What worked well at the end for you?
Well, I think it was. I liked the course in the third map. Like I feel it was more like forest orienteering, not that much paths. It was more like crossing the paths. So I feel I enjoyed that part the most.
Well, congratulations with the new leading time still, Ida. Thank you very much for talking to us.
Thank you.
Ida Haapala there with the new leading time. 1:45.21 is her time.
It's kind of interesting. Not often you hear an orienteer say, I didn't find the way out of the fence.
Yeah, but actually, if you take a closer look at that, there's a few of those who've taken. There's like one fence crossing in the green, and loads of people struggled.
The third one from the right was a bit. Was a bit. I think they struggled with it.
Yeah. It's in the green. There's no path. There's just a hole in the fence, and there's a few people who struggled in there. Maybe there's some like tracks now in the forest and people following old tracks as well. Let's take a look at Ven Harju. If we remember, she lost 90 seconds to control number 14 with a strange exit direction. And this is control 16. And she will still be good enough to be inside the top 6. But yeah, she was going really well, and she took that round route choice to control 13 as well. Trying to keep the pace then well here. Here's Tove Alexanderson then, the last starter. She's won 5 world titles in the long distance in a row, then was beaten by Simona Abersold 2 years ago in Switzerland. She wants to regain that title now.
And I can tell you, on the way to control 12, she lost about 38 seconds compared to Simona Abersold. She's still in the lead, I would say, by about 45, but it's not those 80 seconds anymore. But Abersold did a small mistake at control 14. Small, let's say 25 seconds maybe. Tove is a bit high here, similar to what Hannah Lundberg did just a few minutes ago. So she comes up to this path. I mean, in her case, I don't think it's so much of a mistake.
Yes, we can see her here.
She's just heading not straight on the line. You can see still 47 seconds.
Yep, so Tove Alexanderson, last starter in the lead. And that's at the 10K mark. Okay, so live with Tove then, as they have a 1 minute tail here. This shows the comparison. There was the kind of banana shape into control number 13 with Abersold then in second place. Then Benjaminsen Gempela. Sanna Fust was in 5th place at that point. So our usual names that we're used to seeing on the long distance especially, including Andrina Benjaminsen, who was 4th yesterday in the middle distance. But we're waiting for Sara Hagström. At this point again, this is control 13. This is the most northerly control, the furthest one from the arena. This kind of serves as a turning point to go back then towards the arena. A few shorter controls there, some more maybe middle distance characteristics kind of, although the orienteering not too hard. It's all about pacing yourself. When some of those earlier runners were saying how much they felt like they were struggling to hold on at the end. Here is Sara Hagström. And into 7th. If you remember, Sara had a big back injury, working her way back to full fitness. She's still not quite there yet. And this is where maybe it'll show a little bit more in that long. Here's Natalia Gempela, and following her down to the split 5. So that's control number 21. Indeed it is for the women. Following her on these tracks, this more open rocky section, quite a public part of the forest here. Taking this nice and easy, and actually soon she'll be able to see the camera as well, which is just the other side of the control. Here she comes, and look, this is a huge gap here for Natalia. So goes ahead by 7 minutes. Really strong then from Natalia Gempela. Looks like it could be a podium finish for her. And if the others
podium,
make mistakes, top 6, sorry,
yeah.
yes, top 6 finish for her. Should be a top 6. It may still be a medal. Have to wait and see.
Abersold on the way to control 16. Well, I talked about the small mistake. She lost about 25 seconds compared to Benjaminsen, so that was about what I could spot as well at control 14. 14 is quite a tricky one. Hanna Lundberg did a small mistake. There's not many features around. You have to totally trust on direction. Of course, you have a small slope there as well. You can see the control 14 there. It's proven to be quite a tricky one. 15, 16. From here, actually, it's quite straightforward. It's more open forest. It's not as difficult as it is in different parts, in other parts, especially for this control 18. The women's control here, not that far from the path. So I think this is doable. I'm not sure if it's going to track up a bit there as well, but suddenly the visibility gets lower just around control 18, and you have to look around for a stone. There are other stones there as well, not quite as big as this one, so it's a bit hard to really see which one you're looking for.
Yeah, and for me, Benjaminsen just looks too good into that. I think both of them struggled a little bit into 17, but Benjaminsen here, I mean, this means that Gempela, I think, is going to be out for a shot with the medal unless there's big disasters for Alexanderson and Abersold.
It opens up really much there between 19 and 20. You can see the stone features quite far in the terrain if you run on the path, so you can do. There is no way they're gonna. Oh well, you should never say that. But if you're not very tired, you're not gonna do a mistake in this last part because it's so open. It's very beautiful to run in. You would enjoy it as a tourist, which means as an orienteering tourist, of course.
Well, I enjoyed it, which therefore I think it's too easy for WOC.
That was my point.
Yeah.
No,
well,
but then
I mean, but then I was running around the middle distance thinking that.
Yeah, but yeah. But usually if you enjoy a terrain, it's not the most difficult one, because then visibility and runnability are quite okay, because you enjoy it when you can get a bit of a flow.
Yeah,
and
that's
if you
what
get
I felt
into
like
the
in
flow,
middle.
then usually it's not too difficult.
Yes, I would agree.
Actually, Alexanderson is doing a mistake at this control 14 I mentioned before, so we keep an eye on this one.
We will keep an eye, but let's take Gempela into the finish because she's had a cracking run here. For me, she's struggled a little bit this season so far, but here's a woman who knows how to put a race together at a World Championships. And she's going to come here into the finish with a huge, huge lead. We'll go on to the 1 hour 40 mark. Gempler from Switzerland into the lead, 1:38.22. Did a good route choice at round to 13, not too many mistakes. Really strong there for Natalia Gempler. Will be lucky, I think, to get a medal, but it's not out of the question.
Yeah, but I mean, we have Benjaminsen, who is quite far ahead at control 19. Then we are waiting for Abersold and Alexandersson. Will be tough for her to get a medal, actually. And
I think it will.
I just mentioned that it's almost impossible for Benjaminsen to do a mistake from where she is now. So it's...
Okay, look at this, though, because this is...
Abersold bad direction here, then kind of saved it up, but missed the control a little bit. And then Alexandersson did a mistake there as well. I think they're within 20 seconds now from each other.
Yeah, 20, 30 seconds indeed. This is Benjaminsen. So Benjaminsen on her way to the 5th split. And yeah, we know she's going to be faster than Gempler, but by how much? She's looked really solid on this last section, and I think she's growing even more time ahead of the Swiss athletes. And I think it will leave Gempler without a medal and Benjaminsen with a medal. She's so consistent. A load of silver, bronze medals for Benjaminsen. And she was 4th yesterday. I mean, how you're able to keep that level so high. But I feel like at one point it will be her day and she will get the win, but it's not going to be today. Unless if we see big mistakes from the other two. This is Hannah Lundberg. This is control 16, so making her way back to the arena into 7th at the moment. Dropping down out of the control. Okay, let's have a little look here.
A bit better direction for Abersold. I mean, it's not a catastrophe to go a bit to the left. You get the out of bounds area. It's a taped one, so it seems as if she's heading towards it a little bit. I mean, on the other side, why would you do that? You get 2 paths in between to do that.
But if you've made a mistake to that previous control to 14, I guess you just want to play it safe.
Yeah, but we're talking about two Alexandersson.
I know.
I mean,
no, she doesn't play it safe.
You could play it safe by staying a bit more south and come on the path and then take a few steps on the path until you see the tape there, and you would be safe as well. I mean,
that's what Abersold's done.
Yeah, there's no real reason to do that.
Well, there is a fight on between Simona Abersold and Tove Alexandersson. We cannot award any medals yet, not award any gold medals anyway. This is Sanna Fast into the finish. And there is Denisa Kralova as well. We should see Camilla Stava around there too. Very shortly into the finish, because that's just the last section of track. All the photographers, all the crowds are all ready. And Sanna Fast will go into a clear 2nd place here. She didn't quite have all the best execution today, but should still be a podium position for her. And crossing the line, yesterday's silver medalist into the silver medal position at the moment, 49 seconds slower than Natalia Gempler, 1:39.11 at the moment. 2nd place currently. So Andrine Benjaminsen from Norway. She should set a new leading time here, and this should be good enough for the medal. We think it will be bronze, but there's still a lot of orienteering to go out there for Abersold and Alexandersson. Benjaminsen on her last minute of the race. We watch at the edge of the forest. Here she is. Here is the Norwegian. Andrine Benjaminsen is going to set a new leading time. And this should be medal worthy. This will be medal worthy for Andrina Benjaminsen. Another bronze medal, defending the one she won 2 years ago. Surely bronze or better, I think. Bronze or better. Let's, this is Camilla Stava, also into the top 6. So Benjaminsen's time, as you can see there, 1:37.16. We're going to go longer than the expected winning time of 90 minutes there. Benjaminsen. And so we have Benjaminsen in that pushes Natalia Gempler down into second place at the moment. Natalia's listening. Looked like a really good race for you, and especially on the route choices. How was it?
It was tough. I guess I did mistake on towards to the first route choice, so I went right and even more right than it was necessary. But then afterwards I did like one control after another. I did good. I didn't search. And I did my best. Maybe I could maintain even more, but like I did today my best.
How did you choose your routes on the long legs?
I thought after mistake yesterday, I did 2 mistakes, and one of this mistake was to go straight. So today I did first route choice wrong, and then I thought no, I have to go around. And then I saw this big pass, and I thought it's good. It should be good. It should be better than run straight, because the straight forest is very tough, very, very tough.
You always seem to lift your performances, perform better at a World Championships. How do you do this?
I don't know. It's a big question for me as well.
But you just love the atmosphere. You can get into your brain into the right frame of mind, maybe when racing on a race like this.
Yeah, I'm a runner. Like I can't run every competition very good. Like I need to keep energy, to keep motivation, and like take it to give everything for this. Like what I set as a goal. So I'm like not every race runner.
No, but you target those big races, and well done today, Natalia.
Thank you.
Natalia Gempler there into second place currently. We've got Simona Abersold and Tova Alexanderson to challenge the top spots, as we see Sara Hagström through into 7th place.
Yeah, and we had Tova Alexanderson at the TV control at control 16. The gap now 38 seconds. We had that in the picture during the interview. I can also tell you that Abersold did a small mistake at 18. Another one, let's say about 20-25 seconds. So it's, well... Yeah.
And 18, that's the boulder going up the hill. It's much denser there than a lot of the other parts of the terrain.
There are quite many struggling with this. It's a bit similar to Control 14. It's hard. You can just pass it by a few meters. You can see it here, actually. So this re-entrant here is very clear. But then you're close to the control. It's very dense. You don't see the control. And then she got to the stone too far up that slope, and she noticed that she has been running too far, so she backed down again and got the control quite quickly, but it's another 20 seconds on the watch.
So Van Laar, you here, lost 90 seconds on control number 14. Racing here into control 21. This is our last TV control. A beautiful bit of the forest, but she won't be thinking about that at all. She'll be thinking about every single control, just getting to the next one, getting to the next one, and getting to the finish as well. And it could be good enough still for a top 6 for Venla Harju here today. She should be the best Finn today with that big margin ahead of Ida Happala. Reminder, we actually saw Marika Taney retiring on her race. She got a third of the way round, left the arena passage, had to go back. So I hope she is doing okay. And that's where we are now. So Venla Harju very close to this arena now. Then we've got the likes of Maria Olausson, Hannah Lundberg still out there. We have Simone Abbasol, Tova Alexanderson still out there as well. Lots of runners who can challenge the top 10 as well. Teresa Roturier still in that kind of shape, in that kind of position. Let's see how she fares.
But for her, it's very tough. I mean, she's been caught by Tove Alexandersson last starter. And she's all alone out there. There's no one else. Everyone ahead is quite far ahead. She doesn't get any feedback throughout the course. She knows that she lost a lot of time compared to Tove Alexandersson, but she definitely doesn't know that she's still in the fight for a top 10.
So waiting for Venla Harju at the finish. She should come down this track. A lot nicer finish compared to the middle distance. It's a downhill one here. And just waiting for her to come into the picture. She should be on for a top 6, I think. We wait for the Finn to emerge from the forest. Lots and lots of anticipation here in the arena. The organisers been handing out a lot of these flags that you can see here. Lots of supporters taking part in the spectator races as well.
And soon we're going to have Simone Abbasol to control 21 as well, the last TV control, just before the finish. Should be there in about half a minute.
Still waiting for Harju. Here she is. And dropping down now on the last stages. Flags are flying here in the arena. This is one of these small, very rocky, very rooty, quite slippery tracks. Lots of anticipation for the home runner at the finish.
Sounds as if it would be her birthday as well, because everyone is singing happy birthday.
And here she comes into the arena. Just listen to that sound as they cheer on Venla Harju. And it is her birthday today. I've just checked. She turns 35 today, so happy birthday to Venla Harju. And into 4th place today, collapsing across the line. And Venla Harju into 4th place. Andrina Benjaminsen listening. We're just going to take quickly Simona Abbasol through this control because she is going to come into the lead, going quicker than you, Andrina, by 1:44 at the moment. But Andrina, you're in the lead at the moment. Tell us a little bit about your race and how it was for you.
Yeah, it was a good race, I think. I just tried to push all the way. Made a small mistake on the first control, so I had to speed up and try to push as hard as I could. It was difficult to know whether the route choices were good or not, so I just had to trust myself and trust my instincts and try to push all the way through. So yeah, I think I managed quite well.
And Andrina, you mentioned it. There was a small mistake, or it was more than a minute to the first control, I guess. How is it when you're at the first control of a long distance? You know how tight it is up there, and you start like this. How do you continue after that?
I tried to use it as motivation. I knew that okay, I have nothing to lose now. I just have to try and give it my best all the way. I thought about World Champs in Switzerland 2 years ago, where I made a mistake to the first control as well, and that turned out pretty decent, so kind of repeated that this year again.
It's a long race too, 1 hour 37 for you. How do you try and pace yourself around a race like this?
I thought I just have to push hard from the beginning and just try to survive in the end. It was very tough, but yeah, I just had to push through. I reminded myself how bad you want this all the way, so yeah, I gave it all I had.
Well, it should end up with a medal, I think. Andrina, thank you so much. We're just going to take Simona now into the finish because here she is in the arena. Simona Abbasol, she's going to take a big lead. And it's going to be another medal for Simona Abbasol of Switzerland. As she passes the big screen, she knows she's in the lead. She's a lot happier with that compared to yesterday's middle distance. And we wait then to see where she will come. Will it be first? Will it be second? And it might be a case of what could have been for Simona Abbasol, because it was not a clean run.
It's definitely not a clean run. She knows that. She has been, I mean, it's not that she lost the time in route choices, it's really that she lost time close to the controls, which is a bit unusual in long distance. Usually, yeah, the controls are rather easy, and it's the route choices that decide. Today I got the feeling that many of the runners had a bit of problems at the few of the controls, mostly in this northern part where it was rather flat. Yeah, it's quite a big gap now between Alexandersson and Abersol. I would say it was more than a minute at control 18, so it looks very good for Tove Alexandersson.
Yeah, she's going to have to do a big mistake in order to not take her 23rd world title as Teresa Roturier into 16th here. This is the 16th control. She's the last woman out in the forest.
So here we have the comparison. You can see the tail is a minute, so it's yeah, almost 2 minutes. But we could also see that Abersol was satisfied with her run. I think it was quite a relief for her to come to the finish with the best time. After yesterday's race, you could feel that self-confidence might not have been on top, so to come back here after those mistakes as well with a clear best time and basically the knowledge that you won a medal is for sure quite a good thing for her.
So Hannah Lundberg into control number 21. She'll drop down the slope here. Then only a couple of more controls to go before
Actually,
the finish.
Alexandersson is doing a mistake right now at control 19. And this is going to be very interesting.
Do you think she's not got the control yet?
No, she's not got the control.
Oh my goodness me. Whoa. Okay, we need to like switch to some live GPS now because she's just overshot it. She's on this flat section, but she's gone too far.
It's a rather
Let's have a
easy
look
one
here.
because you have to go and drop down to the terrace, and this one is so clear. I'm very surprised that this happens. Now she turns back. I don't really know if it was a minute.
Well, we're going to wait and see when they get to here, and then we'll see at 21.
It's a tight one now, for sure. It's also the last control, I would say. I mean, it's still a bit more dense in this part. She will be aware of this. She is going to be pushing very hard right now, I guess, out to the next control. It's a last control where the forest is a bit more dense. Control 20, well, I said already at 19 shouldn't be a problem anymore, but control 20 is really open. So it would surprise me if it would be another mistake. But now we're in the situation where just a small hesitation could actually make the difference between first and second place here.
So yeah, the gap we see, this is kind of an estimation by the GPS, around 20 seconds. But it was a minute and a half, probably. So she's lost
2 minutes, I said.
Yeah, so she's lost a minute and a half there just on that control. And you can see actually also taking different route choices here through this next
now
control.
You can see that she's
Will
taking
she take the path all the way to directly below the next control, you think?
Well, I guess so. It's proving a bit that, no, she's cutting over, I think, from here. Yeah, cutting over here into this small green area. Well, from the point where Abersol is now, you could actually see there's one of the rocks there, the boulders is a bit bigger on the left side of the red line. You could already see that from here. So from where she is now, so if you're looking into the forest from there, it's really easy to plan the last steps into the control.
But we go back to Hannah Lundberg on her way into the finish here. She's got the last few stages down this track, a little bit further to go in the forest, then cutting out into this sports field here. seen Simona Abersold emerge from the media tent because she's just got a little hot seat here. We'll be taking a look at the GPS tracking to see where Tove Alexanderson goes. And Hannah Lundberg into the finish here. She will still be in the top 10. Lost a lot of time on the route choice to control number 2.
And actually, she's not executing this one well. Tove Alexanderson, control 20. She's definitely nervous now.
Yeah, you can really tell that she's nervous, and I think we need some cameras on Simona Abersold because this is a mistake here.
I mean, it is a mistake, and now she's in the lead, and the lead is about 20 seconds, I would say, if she gets the control right, maybe even a bit more. So now it's advantage for Abersold. I thought the race was over at control 18.
I thought it was over as well.
It totally turned around, and you could feel that Tove Alexanderson got nervous at control 19. She took a special route that she wouldn't be taking otherwise, and this is gonna be a tight one now.
So Alexanderson then drops down into control number 21. This is where we will get the time checked. You can see she's already slower than Abersold here, but it's still so close. She's only 11 seconds behind, and I can tell you what, Simona Abersold looks nervous here at the finish.
The advantage for Tove now is that she probably knows that she has to push really hard on this last ones. I don't know if Abersold was so aware of the fact that it's going to be so tight. I mean, Tove doesn't know about the result, but she knows that she did mistakes.
Yeah, she will really want to be pushing here. She's got the next control to go, number 22, then number 23 as well. And I think Simona Abersold will be feeling quite sick here at the finish. But Tove Alexanderson, she moves so fast through this tricky terrain, through the rocks. But you can see she'll just stop and check her route slightly. There's loads and loads of little tracks around here. You can see they weave their way in and out of the rocks here. But she's bang on the line.
A lot to the left at this point.
This is what she needs to do. She needs to drop down the slope here. Then she needs to be in the slope for the next control.
Quite nervous as well for her. She's got now the camera operator behind her. She knows that she did mistakes, 2 controls in a row. And then to get this extra pressure, not the nicest thing, but controls rather easy, actually.
And I think Simona Abersold is actually trying not to look at the screen now. You can see her there chatting with Andrina Benjaminsen, who will be the other bronze medalist certainly today. But we wait for Alexanderson.
Yeah, according to the GPS, it's still the gap around 7 to 8 seconds. But it's so hard to say when the gaps are so close. So we have to wait until the last control and then to the finish.
Yeah, this is super close, this long distance. Mistakes from both Simona Abersold and Tove Alexanderson means we have a real fight on here. Of course, she knows she's made mistakes. She doesn't know what Abersold has done. And we wait for Tove Alexanderson here. The time ticks down. Here comes the Swede. She's still got a few more meters to go in the forest before she emerges here. She's got to take the right route choice here.
This path here is not nice to run on
really
if you're in a hurry.
At all. 20 seconds to go. Simona Abersold
that's not going to be enough. That's not going to be enough for Alexanderson.
It's not going to be enough. Where is the Swede? We're looking for her at the edge of the forest. The time ticks down. It's not going to be enough for Alexanderson. She punches the last control. And Simona Abersold is in tears, I think. She hugs Andrina Benjaminsen as Alexanderson throws it all the way on its control right near the end. Alexanderson gets a silver medal, and it is a title defence for Simona Abersold. Silver medal to Tove Alexanderson.
And after this disappointment from yesterday, this is such a relief. You can see it for Simona Abersold. What a sportswoman as well, Tove Alexanderson. The first thing she does after this big disappointment is to go and give her congratulations to the winner. But you can see it, what a relief. She, I think, as all we did, she didn't think that she could win this after the mistakes towards the end and the gap we could see on the GPS. But, well, the race is just, it ain't over until it's over.
Oh my gosh, no. Well, we thought the end was going to be the easiest bit, but she makes that mistake. Tove Alexanderson, we can see it was cat and mouse, and neither the gold nor the silver medalist with a clean race, but Simone Aebersold, just those seconds on her side where it mattered. She made a 60-second mistake, if you remember, at control number 6. She's made a small mistake at control number 14 as well. But really good route choice at control number 2. That's where she made a difference. Between Maria Laursen coming in here for Norway inside the top 10. Oh, goodness me, what an exciting race.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes it's about, when you think about the feelings, I think this must feel so nice. You get like the feeling, okay, it's silver today, you settle with this one, and then you get kind of a chance back at the third to last or fourth to last control, and then one still in disadvantage of 20-25 seconds. That should be enough, but then another mistake, and it's like you start believing in it. It must be such a
stressful.
And emotional time, and you can see it, what a relief for her.
She keeps shaking her head. I keep seeing it, and she just doesn't. I think she doesn't quite believe it. Tove also, I think, she's not happy. She definitely looks upset, her, because, I mean, these runners are happy when they have good races. It's not. Yes, she will be annoyed at not taking the win, but I think she'll be more annoyed at not having a clean race.
We were talking about that today. I told you that my feeling is that Tove could be very satisfied with the second position as well if she has a good race. The thing is just that we've never seen it until now, because when she has a good race, she's going to win it. But I think a race like this, she would be okay to be second if she didn't do the mistakes in the very end that are stupid mistakes, and it's very natural that she is very disappointed with it when you kind of give it away in this matter.
Yeah, it's so gutting, and because so much was going well, she knew it was going well, and she knows how great an orienteer she was. She wanted to be able to match that record of 23 wins from Simona Nigli. Right, let's take Hagström into the finish. And actually, a big word for Sara Hagström. She has had the worst couple of years with injury, this back injury. When we saw her at Tiamila last year, she was allowed to run 100 metres. That's it. She's had to completely rebuild her form. And to get selected for the Swedish team, first of all, when selection is so tough, and then in here, just outside the top 6 at the finish, incredible start.
It would be interesting to know how satisfied she is with the result. I mean, the result itself definitely good, 7th position here, but the time, 10 minutes behind. It would be interesting to hear what she expected. If somewhere about 5 minutes, I think she had to kind of expect in the long distance. But the place, is totally okay, 7th position. Bit unlucky, could have been top 6, then she would have gotten the diploma.
Yeah, we take a look at the results further down the list as well. Lots of mix of nations inside that top 13. We take a look over the forest that they have been battling in. Let's have a look at the top 4
interesting
then.
here. Gempele, the only one going around. Benjaminsen with a mistake that we were talking about. Alexanderson with a bit of struggle there. Gempele as well to find the way out of the green area. Then we have the different routes where we have seen that the left option has been the quickest one. Very good execution by Aebersold and Benjaminsen. But here it was very tight between the two of them. Different route choices here, and then at this point Aebersold did the first bigger mistake towards control 6. They were very similar at control 5, and then she gets to the stone there just under the circle, and I think she was somewhere between 6 and 7, then she was heading back and lost her lead there. A better route here by Alexanderson to control 8. Different routes to 9. It's a bit easier to execute if you go to the south. Distance-wise, just a difference of about 100 meters, so no bigger thing. Then this route here, very, very well executed again by Aebersold, who had, I think, the quickest time on both the long legs today in the very beginning to the second control and here to 12th control. Approaching the TV control, then at control 13. And there you could feel that they started to get a bit nervous, both of them with a small mistake to 14. Not the best execution here. Then Alexanderson, maybe not the best direction to 15, but that cost maybe 7 to 10 seconds. Then here it felt like Absol starts to be a bit shaky, a bit early down the slope to 17, then a mistake to 18. And at this point you see that the tail is a minute. Here I would say the gap is actually about 2 minutes. And then the mistake at 19 from Alexanderson. Still quite an okay lead, bad route to 20, and then not good executed either. Put her about 10 seconds behind, and well, in such an easy end to control 22 and 23, that's almost impossible to turn around.
Let's have a look at the race progress then. That shows you the mistakes made from Alexanderson. Look how good they did, kind of going up in the middle sections of the race.
You can see the long legs for Absol twice there.
Really, really good. But then that pink line, the 2 mistakes.
And I'm here with Simona Aebersold. Congratulations, Simona, on a World Championship. It was such an amazing finish to follow. How was your experience of the race here waiting for Tove?
Thank you so much. I don't know. It's just amazing. I felt so tired in the forest and I almost gave up, and then I made a small mistake at I think it was the third last or something control, and then I just thought I had to concentrate on the last 2 controls to just end the race well, but that it was so good I had no idea in the forest.
No, and Drina told us it was quite hard to see if you were taking the right route choices and so on. How was your sense of the flow in the forest?
Yeah, the route choices I thought they were quite good. I was really unsure on the longest leg. There I was unsure running out, and then when I came to the path and then to the road eventually, I felt like it was a good choice because it looked so rocky in the forest. So yeah, I just tried to take my time in the tricky controls. Sometimes it worked well, sometimes less, but overall it was a solid performance and I'm so extremely happy.
Very solid. You're defending your title from 2 years ago in Switzerland. You're beating Tove by 9 seconds. How is it?
I have no words for that. It's been such a difficult year for me. Mentally, a really tough winter. And yesterday I was so disappointed with my race. I knew that I could have done it a lot better. So I wanted to do it better today, and that it went this well. I wouldn't have dreamt that yesterday after a race.
We're so happy for you, Simona. Thank you and congratulations again.
Thank you so much.
A absolutely delighted Simona Aebersold there. But it was far from clean from her as well, and I think that's what makes the surprise all the more as well, and all the more relief. And we haven't even mentioned she was 5th yesterday in the middle distance, which for her and all her performance as well, she really wasn't happy. So she kind of spoke about having to come back from that as well, which all kind of forms part of the picture across the line there. Yes, super exhausting day. If you think 1 hour 34 and 51 seconds in the end, that winning time from Simona Aebersold. So we're going to hold our flower ceremony then before we move on to the men's competition. The actual medals get awarded a little bit later, and they'll be awarded. Oh yeah, you found out about the tree they get awarded.
Yeah, they get a tree, and they will stay here, the trees. I think they will go up to Taco, where the event center is.
And the middle qualifier.
Yeah, and they will plant it in a slope there as a reminder of the competition here.
Yeah, so that's the little prize they will be awarded.
I really did my research to this race.
So the crowd just gathering around by the podium here. as we will collect the top athletes. Oh, well, I think I know why we're waiting, is because Tova currently doesn't have a actual orienteering top on. So we need to hustle her towards the actual podium, ready for the flower ceremony. Let's a little look over towards where the relay race will be happening on Saturday by the ski jumps. And in just a couple of moments, I can see they've all gathered, all of the athletes here, ready for the flower ceremony. I tell you, it's a feat of organisation, getting all the athletes there in one place. And some very, very mixed emotions, I think, on this podium. But again, I have to repeat the comment you said, Jonas, about Tova. First thing she did was went and congratulated Simona Aebersold. You know, she'll be disappointed in herself. She can still be happy for others, and that's good sportsmanship that we see there from the athletes. But the bronze medal today goes to Andrine Benjaminsen of Norway. Just been double checking my stats. This is her 6th World Championship bronze medal. She's now got 2 in the long, 2 in the sprint relay, and 2 in the relay as well. She's got a nice collection of bronze medals there. She's so consistent, and I still think, you know, it still could be her day. Tova Alexanderson will take the silver medal today. Mistakes around the course, but especially in that last little section there, meant it was such a tight finish. 9 seconds in the end separated our top 2 runners, and over a time of 95 minutes. I mean, that's the tiniest of margins. But Simona Aebersold trying to, just letting the tears flow, I think, today, as she defends her title, her 2nd world title, her 2nd in the long distance. And she will take the World Championship medal today with a performance. She managed to hold it together at the end. She managed to recover from the mistakes that she made. She managed to be fast enough on the route choices, picking good route choices, fast enough where it mattered. And Simona Aebersold at the top of the podium. Those are the top 3. Switzerland, Sweden and Norway. A familiar trio on this podium, in this top 3, not always this way round. But we're so used to seeing these 3 women as world-class athletes time and time and time again. Well, they've done it again. And we're just going to have time to catch our breath in that very exciting women's race as we move on to the men's. So hopefully we'll have another set of really fast and really exciting races, hopefully nice and close conditions. It is a glorious day, warmed up throughout the afternoon. Warm for Finland, I must say. Yeah. So everybody from South Europe is saying it's not actually that warm. What do you mean 18 degrees?
Yeah, and it actually smells sun protection in the air. You can feel it. It's like, it smells summer here in Finland.
I've got my sun cream on.
Is it you?
I've definitely got my sun cream on. But yeah, because if I get burnt in Finland, I mean, that is just embarrassing. So anyone from Southern Europe or other places in the world will go, maybe this isn't very hot, but it is for Finland, I'm telling you. And this far north in Finland too. But 16K is the challenge for the men today. Again, our estimated winning time of 90 minutes, and this is the course. Jonas, take it away.
Yeah, it's quite a similar course, again from the idea as we see very often, but it's different, 1 to 2, different control. The first one is not as far towards the second one as in the women's race, so I think it will be better to go a bit more straight and keep to the right. That's at least as it looks by now. 2, 3, very similar control. And then we have the arena passage early in the race. We're heading into the area where we had the middle distance yesterday with the TV control at control 9. Then another long leg similar to the women's one. Also here you have different options. You could go to the left. I would expect the men, more of the men, to go straight actually, but we will see. Then here it's quite a bit longer. We have an extra loop for the men after the TV control at 12. Short controls 13, 14, 15, 16. This one here until 17, a bit more continental kind of terrain. It's quite flat. It's better runnability than closer to the arena. From control 19, it's almost a bit of middle distance, similar to what we have seen in the women's race. 22 is going to be a tricky one. It's a bit further up the slope than the women's control before. It's bad visibility there. It's a tricky control because if you're not 100% sure, you will start to get the terrain match to your thoughts, and you will get it to match even if it's not the right place you're at. So far, the light blue option seems to be the quickest for the men, but we'll see how this will develop when we get quicker and maybe physically stronger runners towards the end. This is a glimpse from the terrain, just at control 2. Even here we have this, well, you have the choice here to even go just to the left in the beginning, the blue option that we see in the picture here, or then to go to the southeast and the other way around the forbidden area, out of bounds, as we had, I think Sara Hagström did that in the women's race. This kind of terrain, very familiar. Here they have been yesterday in the middle distance. Not all of the men have been running the middle distance. I would say much more runners among the favorites that haven't been competing yesterday, especially in the Swedish team, but I'm sure we'll come back to that later. This control long leg between 10 and 11 with the different options going around or straight. So far it's going around. That is the quickest. Akseli Ruohola has the best time there. About 15 minutes a minute quicker than Linus Agervik Kristiansson. That's the beginning of this leg in this detailed area, the start of it. You have to just get out of it. That's not actually the route that Ruohola did. Ruohola was more on the Abersold Gempele option. You can see here visibility is very good. It's not like this in all places on this hill.
Yep, and we have the start list, and here we have this 3 minutes start interval with the 78 men running today, and it's in groups based on the world rankings. So we'll look through the runners here. We've come towards the end of the start list, and we can start talking about some of the favourites as well.
Yeah, and I mean, I mentioned that before. In the Swedish team we have Viktor Svensk, Martin Rekvall and Emil Svensk. None of them have been competing in the middle distance. It's going to be an advantage, I guess. Quite sure about that. I mean, it's not that they missed the qualification and then were not allowed to start. It's really that they were not selected for it and they had another rest day yesterday. Kasper Fosser, for me, the big favorite. Matthias Kibbutz in a terrain like this can do good. Maybe to come back, let's take Mika Kirmela from the start here.
Well, Mika Kirmela, 5th yesterday in the middle distance. He didn't feel great about his flow, but I think he's got better chances in the long.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, he's been winning the long distance at the World Cup final last year. Home soil. He didn't have a good feeling yesterday, and still he got a decent result. Could suit him well here today. Just to come back, okay, another one, Akseli Ruohola. That's the guy having the quickest time on the long route.
Yeah, and he's the fastest to control 12, which is our third TV controls. This is right at this northern section again. The men, as you mentioned before, have this like extra section towards the west too. And our fastest runner at the finish, Bojana Vandekov, with 1 hour 58 at the moment. We can actually hear a few words from Tove Alexanderson here. Silver medal for you, but we think you will mind more about your personal performance today than the medal. Tell us a little bit about your race.
Oh yeah, it was a tough race today. I could really feel the middle distance in the second half of the course, but I was prepared for that. I knew that it's always hard to do like that kind of race I did yesterday and come, be recovered to today. So I know that the second half today should be tough, but still I'm really disappointed of my second part of the race.
Yeah, what starts to go through your head when you know you're making mistakes and you know you're losing a little bit of time? What are you thinking about?
Oh yeah, the first mistakes I'm doing, I feel that okay, I know I maybe need to slow a bit the pace and just really focus on the orienteering technique. And the big mistake I'm doing in the end, I think I'm so focused and I'm just a little bit too high, but I think that I'm on the right pace. I'm reading on the stone and then the cliff, and I'm sure that the control should be there, but it isn't, and then I get confused and it's too much time that went away, and then I get stressed and running really, really bad to the next control as well. So if I just had been a bit calmer to that control, it had been enough, but yeah, it's just empty. I'm just so disappointed.
Yeah, and we know you love the forest so much. You love kind of competing in this type of terrain. Will it be hard to look back at this race?
Oh yeah, for sure. I could have been happy if I had done a good race. I knew that it would be tough today. I always think it's hard with two races in a row, like when you're when it's so important races to reload to the next day. But I should have done better today, definitely. So I'm really disappointed. But
That's orienteering sometimes. Well, Thank you, Tove, so much for talking to us and explaining that about your race.
Yeah, thank you.
Good luck for the relay as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's take Emil Svensk here into control number 4.
And Emil Svensk just checking his route to the second control. He went down to the left, which hasn't been the quickest route so far. Lost about a minute there. So not the best start for him.
And we go to our last starter then today, Kasper Fosse from Norway. He's the defending world champion. He's a defending European champion. He won in Ija at the long distance race just a couple of weeks ago in the first round of the World Cup. He has made this long distance his own, and that makes him the favourite for today's race. Although if we think back to just under a year ago, World Cup final in this very similar terrain in Kuopio, he was in 4th place, but he looks in really, really good shape. He took the silver medal yesterday, but he is better in that long distance. So we will see what he is able to do around the course today. So we've seen a lot of the athletes already at Control 4. That's where we've had the TV control. And it was actually Mathieu Perrin from France who was leading at that control. And we can see the different routes into Control 3.
And Perrin, he had the quickest time to Control 2. Interesting here, we have 3 different options. Maybe, and all of them, if you go to the left or a middle one or to the right, all of the 3 options, the quickest runners within 3 seconds. So if you execute it well, it doesn't really matter. So Perrin did something. Yeah, you can see it there actually. He went down to the lake. He's the second quickest, the quickest so far. Lucas Liland, who went straight. You can see it, him in the picture as well.
Yeah, but we haven't had any of the last 10 starters to this point yet.
I mean, we have Emil Svensk on the screen here, one of the favorites, at least for a medal as well. Interesting fact about that. Swedish team has not had a male world champion in the forest for 30 years. So the last world champion in the forest, 1995, Jörgen Mortensson. it's quite a while ago. It's about time, and this is a topic in Sweden. This is a topic in Sweden. They want to have the. It's so unexpected. They have such a good team, but no individual gold in the forest.
But I mean, in terms of the long distance, I guess we had.
Yeah,
in the last 10 years, we had Norway dominating.
We had a great period of Thierry Chauchou, then we had Olaf Lundanes, now we have Kasper Fosse, then we had in other disciplines, we had Matthias Kiburtz in middle distance that had several titles. Of course, yeah, but you have so many good runners. You have Gustav Bergman has been there, Martin Riekman has been winning all distances almost in World Cups. Emil Svensk has been great in all of the distances as well. And that they never got it in long distance or a middle distance is quite surprising.
So just climbing through the forest here. This is Jonas Ecker on his way to split control number 3. And now I have to remind myself what all of the splits are. This is to number 12 at the northern part of the map.
Jonas Ecker living in Gothenburg. Has been living there for a while. Together with his family, became a father this winter.
Gothenburg's become such a hub of elite orienteering.
Yeah, but I mean, it's quite usual in Scandinavia that if you have universities in the city, you kind of gather together the runners. You have kind of a hub in Stockholm as well. Now in Gothenburg, of course, you have several clubs, and then you have Göteborg that's been dominating. The male relays and club level for years, and now maybe changed a bit more towards the women's dominating there now. And once you have so many world-class athletes at the same place, you kind of push each other, and then it's building up itself, basically.
So Jonas Ecker on the way here to control number 12. Akseli Ruohola from Finland, our current leader at this point. And the others, Lucas Liland, in fact, in second place, about 35 seconds down. And then a bit of a bigger gap, as you can see, then back to Christiansen. That's Linus Eggevi Christiansen into third place. But Jonas Ecker very close to control. I think that was a mistake. He dropped too far to that control. Yes, because you should be descending into this point. So slightly too far right, and a small mistake there. But let's head back into the forest, further back in the course. This is Mika Kirmala, 5th place yesterday. He's climbing up here to control number 4. This is the first TV split. This is the boulder. You can see climbing up this kind of craggy section. There's lots of rocks, lots of roots. This is a little map extract. You can see just tries to find this small gap between the crags. Now climbing up on this section of bare rock, needs to kind of keep going across the slope. Needs to be kind of not quite at the top, but near the top of the slope with the boulder itself. You might be able to see some of these tracks, but the tracks are very indistinct. There's some that aren't on the map, and especially when you're near the houses here as well. It's a very public forest. So that can make it quite tricky, because he just slows down then here.
Hesitation there.
And he goes back. This is the Abersold mistake. It could be turning into the Abersold mistake, but no, he keeps going. Yeah, and you can see actually he's so close to it.
This is so annoying as a runner. You get close to the control, you might even start to plan ahead a little bit because you think that you're going to see the control. Then you have to stop, and you actually have been on the right way, lost about 5 to 10 seconds without any bigger reason.
And I mean, I'm just looking at how many controls there are on this course. There's 27. If you're doing that every single control, then your time losses add up.
Yeah,
so
but of course you're not going to do that on every single, hopefully.
But this is Liland and Ruohola.
Yeah.
Comparison.
And Ruohola here with a good route choice, similar to the one we had in the women's race. Executed it well. You can see just until this place here, it was about a minute quicker than Liland. Maybe not perfect in the very end. I think we were going to see quicker times to control 11, small mistake to 12 as well. Really going out here again. For me, that's a bit, unexpected. I did another mistake to 13. A bit unexpected. I thought that they're going to push straight there. Well, it is a bit rocky, stony fields there. That's hard to predict how they are, but I thought that they will just, close their eyes and push through. Big one on the way to the TV control. At the pre-warning, he had about a 20 seconds lead compared to
Perrin.
Yeah.
And now an 18-second lead. So Martin Regborn into the lead. A reminder then that all
actually he was only 1 second ahead at the pre-warning. He was 20 seconds quicker than Ruohola.
So he was. And you can see Regborn there. And this is Mika Kimela through the arena passage after a third of the course. They actually have 3 separate maps for this race, and they do a map exchange rather than a map flip, and it's partly in order to stop them being able to plan ahead as well, so they can't get a sense of the overall shape. And I think some of the runners we had a chat to on the women's course felt it was quite long, and I think when you have your map in 3 parts, you can't get a sense of how far round the course you are. If you're 50%, are you 2/3 of the way around? All of those kind of things. This is super interesting. Then, this route
we
choice.
have different kind of route choice. Ruohola, semi-left. Kibbutz went all the way to the left. Then we have this group with Fosse, Svensk and Krivda. Quickest so far, not here in the comparison, as I can see. Mathieu Perrin. Just check which route he took. Actually similar to this, to Breivik and Fosse, heading down to the street there, then up to these houses, to these cottages, and following the path in then to Control 2 Kibbutz. I can tell you, lost about a minute here compared to Perrin. Breivik, second fastest, 6 seconds slower compared to Perrin. So the quickest one of the favorites that we have been at that control.
But you can see that Breivik was actually ahead a little bit there of Kasper Fosse in the GPS
that's
tracking.
An interesting thing here, because so far we have never really seen good long distance executed by the man in the picture here, Eirik Langedal Breivik. He had great long distances in Norway at selection races, and so he is good at it. He doesn't really like it. They almost had to push him in order to run this long distance here. Yeah, he says it bores him a little bit with time, but he is very good at it. So he has definitely a chance to get a medal here as well. And he opens very good. And I mean, it would have been a waste to not let him start with the shape he has at the moment.
Yeah, and he's gone into the lead there by 20 seconds. I mean, I think when you're executing those long legs, it's really hard to stay focused. You've made your decision. You don't have much decision making to do. You're just executing, and then sometimes it's a long run down a path. You can switch off.
Yeah,
I mean, clearly even middle distance world champions can switch off.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to. It's even good that you have sections where you don't have to be 100% focused. You can't be focused for 90, 100 minutes, 100% focused. You would get too tired. Wouldn't be working. So you really have to take those sections. But then it's not that you're not doing anything, because usually you have to force yourself to really push hard on the sections on path, and you have to ask yourself, really, can't I be running any quicker now? Because it's so easy to just get into a comfort zone and not go to the limit.
Timo Sild here into this 12th control. He actually didn't start the middle distance race. I think maybe some illness worries, kind of some rumours about trying to save his legs for this long distance, and he's into 5th place at the moment, but nearly 4 minutes slower than Akseli Ruohola from Finland. Still our current leader at control number 12. Go further back in the course, or further forwards in the course even. Jürgen Younes going quicker than Bojan Vandekov, who is still our current leader at the finish. He was there at the start of the broadcast, still there now.
So here we have it synced with Matthias Kibut. So he's live in this one. You can see that he is about a minute behind. That's approximately what he lost at the long leg to Control 2. Interesting as well that Ruohola and Rekborn, Ruohola is not taking the path, proves a little bit that the runnability on those paths, there's quite many routes on it. It's not so easy to run on them.
Yes, but Rekborn was quicker than Ruohola at the fourth control, so I think it paid off for Rekborn,
but it just shows
loads.
that it's not very obvious that you would take it. It's not such a big advantage to run on a path here.
I get you. Yeah, it's super slow. It's super rooty, super rocky. You can't really reach a map load.
What Kibut is doing there.
He's climbing up early.
Yeah, I mean,
but then he will
he's
take too much climb then.
Yeah, I mean, he can go to this terrace, and he has been there. He has been there in this section yesterday. He knows that this terrace is quite okay to run at, but still, it surprised me because he has such a obvious line. Either going the way Ruohola does, because you follow the slope, or even taking the path as Rekborn.
Remind us what's at stake for Matthias Kibut.
Yeah, I mean, he's been winning all the disciplines except for the long distance, the one missing. It was the big goal for him. It was also one of the big reasons why he would change back from marathon again to orienteering. I mean, on one side, of course, he loves the sport, but he has also this to win a long distance in Finland would be very special. So this is a big goal for him, and to win all the disciplines, that's quite something.
It really is. It's a huge achievement. But Kibut's then on his way to that third control. And he will have this arena passage. The athletes knew about the arena passage. Maybe they wouldn't quite expect it so early on in the course. That's quite unusual, isn't it?
I'm not sure if they expect an arena passage. Of course, I mean, they
did
it
from the team leaders
from
meeting.
Team leaders meeting. But I was talking to Sebastian Inders, who's starting for Italy last week, and he was speculating about arena passage, but it wouldn't really suit, because how would you get the course to match if you would have an arena passage? Then you have to go back in the same area again. You don't reach the parts far away. But of course, he didn't really count on having it early, the arena passage.
I heard some speculation. I don't know from how many people about with these three different maps whether there would be any like butterfly loops or anything like that. But we haven't had butterfly loops in a long distance for, I mean, not at a World Championships. Maybe was there one in Norway?
I mean, we have had butterflies in World Championships, but that's quite a long time ago.
Yeah. And this would be to force athletes to go different ways if they kind of grouped up. I think the course setter really didn't want people to group up.
Yeah, and I mean, they said even that he on purpose put the first part rather simple, so not many controls. You have clear route choices where you not unlikely to do mistakes, so that they wouldn't group together early. For me, it always sounds a little bit strange when they say that they plan it to be easy in the beginning, because
me too.
It sounds very negative. I think it's not easy what they did, because there is a big route choice, quite decisive to Control 2, so I wouldn't call it easy. Maybe it might have been a language thing as well.
Yeah, I think so, possibly. Here's Janis Bonek from Austria into 15th, 17th yesterday, former world medalist in the middle distance. And this is Matthias Kibut from Switzerland, the fourth to last starter, just climbing on his way up here towards control number 4, and you can see already slower than Breivik, our current leader at this point, and that is due to this route choice then to control number 2 pretty much.
Yeah, he was a minute behind there. Actually, the route to control 3 was rather okay. He lost 20 seconds to the best time of Martin Rekborn, but is still the third quickest on this one.
So he continues traversing the slope across to the boulder where we will actually get the time. He comes through the forest here, coming through towards the control itself.
No hesitation here.
No, executed this one that some others have found tricky, just knowing how far along to go. And really you can see him like 2 hands on this map, really trying to almost like frame the bit of map that he should be looking at. Let's take Mathieu Perrin to the third TV controls. This is number 12. This is right at the north end of the map. And if we remember, so he was currently third at our first TV control, into third now, but must have lost a bit of time. Actually, after the arena passage, I think, for Mathieu Perrin, because he's dropped behind Rohla and Leland, and that's the key thing.
Small mistake there of Kirmula to control 6. Then we have this route choice 7-8. Well, just to answer the question, yes, you would be allowed to swim over it. You are allowed to pass like water objects on the map, but I don't think that would be the quickest. Orienteers usually are not the best swimmers anyway. Here, if you go, I think it's a bit closer for sure if you go the way Breivik does. If you go the other way to the south of the lake, it's easier to execute, to get the path there around, quite a smooth entrance to the control, but you have 100 meter longer distance to take. Rekborn heading quite straight down. You could take this path just above the control. Svensk does the same as Rekborn.
And Rohla going the other way. I really like Breivik's exit of the control there. You can see he's really able to pick up a lot of speed on the track, even if it is a bit rocky and rooty. He really does that very well. I could tell it was a Svensk. I had to check the number to find out which one. And it's Victor Svensk here, the third to last starter.
Yeah, and
the bronze medalist from Idre 2 weeks ago in that World Cup in Switzerland, home soil for him. And got a lot of expectation.
Very interesting name for this long distance. Great orienteer, very young still. It's his first WOC race, World Championship race of the career. And not that many runners that actually have been among the favorites for a medal in their first ever World Championship race. But you can see that he is, about a minute, maybe a bit more behind Breivik.
Yeah, dropping down the time now. He does have a couple of top 10 results in actually the European Champs. That was last year in Hungary. Very different terrain though.
I think he lost a little bit out from Control 3 compared to the others. He was further ahead compared to Kibbutz at the Control before. That's my feeling.
Yeah, he was. He's definitely lost time because he was 14 seconds ahead, now only 5. That's the comparison between Victor Svensk and Matthias Kibbutz. And great atmosphere in the arena. Lots of sun cream, I think, being applied. I'm loving the fan club T-shirts as well. The Finnish fans have really gone above and beyond here. This is Mika Kirmala, and this is control number 9. This is this technical section in the middle that was in the middle distance race, the middle of the middle distance race. And we mentioned Kirmala had problems to, 6, and maybe some more problems.
Yeah, but I mean, he's too far behind already, in my opinion. I expected him to be one of the best ones, but here, Martin Rekborn, did he lose time as well? He was ahead of Leland.
He was ahead of Leland.
Half a minute.
So, what and why? What's gone on? What did Leland do really well as well?
Or Rekborn didn't do so well. I think...
This is Leland here. And he is at control number 19. So now starting to make his way back to the arena. the nearly 14-kilometer mark, and we can follow Mika Kirmala then through to the next control. This is control number 10. This is a tricky section of from the middle distance calls or these small contour features.
Yeah, maybe just to come back to Leland and Rekborn, something they did differently is the route choice between 7 and 8. So around the lake, Rekborn went to the north, the kind of Breivik option, and Leland went to the south.
And it's put him in a good position, but Breivik is going to go faster. Erik Langedal Breivik goes into the lead at control number 9 by 54 seconds.
Yeah.
And it's a really good, I mean, it just actually shows Akseli Ruohola and Lukas Leland both been having a really good run here.
Yeah, and just to maybe give you some more information about the route choice between 7 and 8, because Breivik, we saw him going to the north, he was only 3 seconds slower than Leland going to the south, so that can't have been the point.
Let's take this. This is in the northern section,
Yeah.
Leland versus
Here I'm a
Ruohola.
bit surprised. I thought they would head down to the marsh and this small track there and stay to the south of the red line. They're going all the way around. Control itself is not very difficult because you have the forbidden area, and the control is just on the top of this, on the edge of the slope. Ruohola with a small mistake at 18.
Lots of path running though.
Yeah.
For both of them, from Leland and from Ruohola, who we're going to see now. But Ruohola was ahead of Leland, obviously now dropped behind, as you can see from the GPS.
And I talked a bit to Thierry Georgiou before the race about the fact that it is, well, if I would have chosen a terrain as like the Finnish Federation for the World Championships, you could have chosen terrain that suits the Finn better, or that puts a bit more of disadvantage for the continental runners. And he said, yeah, that's true, but I mean, we had like 4 years to prepare for that, so we knew that as well. So, well, he doesn't look for excuses. He thinks that his runners should be able to execute this as well.
Yeah, for those who
in a
don't
good
know,
manner.
Thierry Georgiou now the coach of the Finnish team, and has been for like 3-4 years. So he's had a lot of chance to work with these athletes and prepare very, very specifically for these races. As we take Kasper Fosser through to the first TV control, you can see running on the path here. He just makes it look like he's running on a normal path. Not that there's loads of roots there or anything. Looks super, super smooth. And we're going to take him up to the next control.
To be honest, this part there was quite okay to run on.
That's so true. But climbing up the slope here, and we'll get his time check. But you can see he's not going to be faster than Breivik. Breivik, who's just set a new leading point at the TV control after this one. So Kasper Fosser. We're waiting for him here. The time ticks down. Regborn in second, then Mathieu Perrin into third, but Fosser will go into equal second place. Actually caught up a bit from our pre-warning there. Caught up places anyway. So really good. Yeah, like section between the pre-warning and the control. Lost a little bit of time early on though. But of course the strength in the long distances is where is being able to pace yourself, really. And actually it'll be very interesting to see, because Leland and Ruohola have taken a lot of path routes, and then we'll have these better runners coming to that point now. They're heading that way now. If they take straighter routes, I wonder how that will start changing things. Will it change things?
It's going to be interesting. We can see that Breivik, for example, 10-11 is going straight. So this very long leg, but on the other hand, Rekborn and Kirmala, they're running around. Also Emil Svens going straight on that one.
And this is Casper Foster into the arena passage. You'll get some feedback here as he goes through the arena, takes on some refreshment. He will drop one map and pick up another map as well. Takes the water and starts folding up the next map. So about 1/3, that's maybe less than 1/3 of the way around for the men here. Running through this arena, currently around about second place. Behind his teammate Erik Langedal Breivik. Let's have a look at the routes here. This is quite interesting.
Different exit, Ruola compared to Rekborn. I don't think this will maybe a bit of an advantage for Rekborn, but basically they're going on the same route. Svensk, Liland, Breivik all going straight. So far, let me check. Just check it. I think it's still the best option to go around. Yeah, it's still Ruohola that has the quickest time, and he went, yes, we can see here, to the left. The quickest one going straight so far, Martin Hoopman. Lost only, but he lost 28 seconds.
So still got not very many athletes through at that kind of control after the long leg, and I think that could really reset things. It feels like there's been a lot of orienteering already, but we haven't even had that long leg, and that can just completely reset the field.
I mean, we had the first long leg that kind of set.
That set the first bit, and actually got some big gaps.
Win back, or you can now not win back, but you can lose. There's another minute on stake on the second one, so it's either plus or minus, not minus, but status quo or plus 1 minute.
And then after that, our leaders at the moment have made very extreme route choices along a lot of track, so I feel there's maybe time to be won and lost there as well. There's a lot still of orienteering still to come. Let's see Martin Hubben through. Again, one of the runners only doing the long distance.
And actually quite a okay start, I would say. Is around 2 minutes behind. He was good on the long route here, as mentioned before.
Did he do the Swiss route?
No, he went straight. So he was the quickest one going straight. He lost about 28 seconds on it.
So he's actually, he's caught 6 minutes on Vegard Jarvis Vestergaard from Canada there, who's the other runner who was in the picture. So that's really good feedback. And will be fourth. You can see just going, oh well, that wasn't the best route into that controls. That was a mistake. Going all the way around the camera platform.
At the gap now a minute behind. At this one he was 1.5 minutes behind at the last TV control, so they are, as I said, about half a minute.
We have a new leader at the finish. This is Jürgen Younes from Estonia, 1:51.01. The first new leader we've had, in fact, in this whole broadcast for the men's race.
Yeah, but he will be the leader for about 5 minutes maybe, and then we're going to get Lukas Liland to the finish.
This is Matthias Kibberts into the second TV control. This is control number 9. Just catching little glimpses of the map. You can see he's got the glasses, got the headband. Into 5th, 1:26.
Yeah, I lost another 20 seconds between the first and second TV control.
And then this is this long leg, as you can see again, where we reset.
And I mean, the interesting thing here, we know that Hoopman had a good one on this, but let me just double check that. I think he went a bit more to the right there, a bit higher up the slope.
So Jürgen Younes is our new leader at the finish. Jürgen, you've just crossed the line. How was your race?
It was really tough. Really tough. Like quite good long legs and really tricky route choices. Like it was really hard to like understand which is the fastest route choice, and yeah, it was just like you will choose one and go full gas.
But when you're in this process choosing the the route, what's going through your mind? Like what's on stake? What are you waiting in to your decision?
Yeah, I know that I'm faster on the road, so I think I need to like choose the road options. And the small trails are really rocky and really hard to run on, so it's quite hard decision that like if you want to go straight on the smaller tracks or around on the big track. It's quite tricky.
What was your aim for this race, and do you think you've achieved your aims?
My goal was to do quite clean orienteering technically, and it was quite good. Physically it was really tough day. Like my legs were quite empty already from the beginning, so yeah, it was tough.
And now looking ahead a little bit, you have quite an interesting for the team for the relay as well. What's your thought about that one?
Yeah, we have quite good chance, I think, for the relay. Good technical runners, Lauri and Timo. So.
And you.
Yeah. And yeah, we have quite high expectations for the relay.
Oh, good. Well, good luck and enjoy your rest day as well tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Jäger is our new leader at the finish. Let's see Victor Svensk through at control number 9, and he is quite a long way down still. 1:52 is the gap behind Breivik. And I think, there's still a lot of orienteering to go. If he takes the right route choice, you know, the whole order can completely change, I think. But not the ideal start from the bronze medalist in the World Cup 2 weeks ago. You can follow him through then to this 11th control. You can see some of these fallen trees just reduce the visibility, but you have to kind of simplify here. Running past controls from previous days. And I think when you have this scale as well, 1 to 15,000, I think you see more of the athletes doing this stop and go technique to make sure they can really read the detail and pick up all of the detail. You can see starting to look now.
Now when you start to look backwards, it's usually a sign that you're not 100% certain where you are.
Here's the
but
control.
he was so close to the control.
Super, super close. But that's kind of what it looks like when you just have troubles here. And now we've got this long leg. You can see when you have this really tricky bit of orientation, actually, that's what we haven't talked about. When you have that really tricky few controls and then a long leg, you can't plan for it.
No, and that's by purpose from the course planners. You want to stress the runners, and then either you have the map change, but we don't have the long legs right off the map change, or then you want to avoid giving them time. On the other hand, you have so many kind of bits here on this long distance where you actually have a bit of time to look forward to the next control. So, yeah. But it's a decisive moment. You know that when you're at 10, this is going to be, it's going to be important to pick right. So, it's better to invest 5 to 10 seconds than to pick the wrong one.
Linus Agavik Christensen there coming into the finish alongside Toby Scott of New Zealand. And this should be second place here for the Dane. Or Toby there just wanting to try and get him on the line. Just try and run a little sprint finish there. But yeah, if a long distance is planned well, the route choices will be decisive, and you have to take the right one because that is the whole point of the course.
Yeah,
that's what it should be kind of testing.
In a way, decisive doesn't have to mean that there's so big time differences between the different options, but then one of them should be a bit tougher to execute so that you might be a bit more tired towards the end than taking the best option, or it should definitely not be obvious which option is the best.
Jonas Ecker. Yeah. Oh, he's running away from the control. He didn't. What? I swear that was the control.
No, but
I
think he just didn't see it.
Yeah.
Now he saw it. It's not too far away. You can see that he's really tired.
So that is the 19th control. Yeah, you know, he is really making his way around the course. There's not much left.
Other runners have done the same there, so he's not the only one.
So Lucas Leland, we're waiting for him. We're waiting for the Norwegian because he's running fast out there in the terrain and his time tracks up well, even compared to some of the later runners as well. Looking out for him on this last tricky descent into the, I say tricky just because it's rocky and rooty. It's not tricky orienteering. But we're now at control number 9, second TV control, waiting for Kasper Fosse. Look at all those Norwegian flags there. And Leland, who should be about to come to the finish, will be in 3rd place at that point. Kasper Fosse in 2nd. Norway 1, 2 and 3. Kasper Fosse was the last starter. The defending world champion, the European champion, the World Cup winner from 2 weeks ago. Big favourite in this long distance, but not in the lead here. That goes to Erik Langedal Breivik, and then he's got this route choice coming up now after this next control. So we take him through to the next control, then he has the route choice, and we know Breivik went straight, which is not the fastest option.
So far. But we had actually, after this long route, we had Rekborn and Kirmula at control 11, and they had a good time. They were actually a few seconds quicker compared to Axel Rohola, was the fastest so far. So I expect that Rekborn is going to come to the TV control at 12 very soon with a very good time, with a new leading time.
But let's take Leland into the finish because he's going to have a new leading time here. Oh, he looks so tired on the finish line, but it's a really good run. He's taken some good routes. His time is still stacking up well at some of the earlier controls, and there he is into the finish, a time 1:44.51. Lucas Leland from Norway, our new leader, with quite a few runners still to come. We've got about 20 runners or so still out in the terrain. This is Isak Jonsson, also into the finish. Looking for 3rd place. Crossing the line there. Heading into 3rd, 6:41, slower than his teammate Leland.
Litt dårlig start.
Du må ha gått så mye tid på det man må trekke opp her, eller?
Ja, rett på dårlig. 2-3 minutter.
They're talking about the long leg.
Yeah, and in the beginning, the coach, Janne Salmi, just asked, a bit of a bad start, right? And then he said, yeah, straight on the long leg is not the best option. But here we have Martin Rekborn to the TV control, and this is a new best time. 57.22, more than a minute ahead of Axel Rohola.
Yeah, and Kirmula 7th, as you can see there. So you can see he's been caught by Rekborn.
And actually, I think Breivik executed this long leg really, really poorly. He's now, when I look at the tail, Kibbutz is just at the end of the tail, I would say, and Kibbutz started 6 minutes behind, so he must have lost about 3 minutes on it.
Really?
And he's not at the control yet. Yeah.
Rohola,
I mean, if I'm not mistaken here.
The last TV split, that is into 2nd place currently.
I mean, we'll keep an eye on it, but I'm quite sure about it.
So our new leader at the finish is Lucas Leland, and it looks pretty good from the GPS from you, but we know that's only part of the story. How was your race, Lucas?
That's delicious. I'm so tired, and it was so tough, and I came to the last map exchange, and oh my god, they're taking us over there in the finish. This is going to be tough. And I had cramps and I couldn't run. Or I was just so stiff. I couldn't run faster than I would on like an easy long run, basically. in.
How is it out there? I mean, you basically have you have the coaching zone at the 6th control in the arena passage very early in the race, and then you never get really a feedback about how your race is going. How is it for you out there?
Well, I got a lot of positive feedback all the way. 2 minutes ahead on the arena passage, according to Coach Janne. Then catching Savolainen, catching Isak, and catching more runners running a bit from Isak. And this is motivation. This is pure motivation.
And we saw you take quite a few path options on the tracks. Is that something you really knew you wanted to do going into this race, or how did you make those decisions?
Well, I thought, okay, this looks pretty okay. Let's go here. Yeah.
And how did you try and keep it together at the end when you're feeling so tired and mistakes can creep in?
Well, I didn't really. I made an annoying mistake on the last control. Very annoying. Unnecessary, but I was so tired. I thought, okay, Rasmus and Pompura, they got this. They have to got this. And yeah. But they didn't, and I didn't, and that's the part of the game.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to keep it together the whole way. Well, you're in the lead at the moment, and it could be it's stacking up well compared to the rest of the field.
Okay,
so good luck in the final stages as well.
Thank you.
Lucas Leland there. We've just seen Exeli Rohala into 2nd place, so that's 1:09 slower than Lucas Leland. So that's a time of 1:46 exactly. And yeah, I mean, we had slightly longer than expected winning time for the women. I think it'll be long for the men as well, actually, here. Well, we will see how it matches up. Timo Sild on his way to the 19th control, on his way back to the finish now. And actually it goes back to maybe what Lucas was saying. You don't get an overview of the whole course all in one go because you have all those 3 maps. It can make it really tricky.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, especially, as he mentioned, especially when you're tired and you kind of hope for being close to the arena. But if you're honest with yourself, you know that you're quite far away still. But what he reacted to is that, well, you had to climb up there and, go up and down in the slope, which is, well, not very nice if you're tired.
No, and the women were saying that as well, and that's what you have to do right at the end section there. Timo Sild comes through that 19th control, still inside the top 10 at the moment.
And actually, I'm still looking at the GPS. I can tell you that Kibutz's now passed Breivik, so I think Breivik kind of lost himself a little bit on this long leg.
Yeah, no long title for him then if he, with that kind of performance, because that's Kiburt's catching 6 minutes on Breivik. It's so interesting what you're saying about him having to kind of be convinced to run this long distance race and how he much prefers that middle because he's really struggled on that long leg. And maybe that's, you have to do that really well in order to be good at a long distance. This is Kiburt's Regborn Ruhala compared. Remember, Ruhala actually comes into the finish behind Leland.
Actually, Kiburtz is quite close to the leaders now again. He was more than a minute behind. It's definitely less, I would say, at the moment.
But we haven't had Casper Fawcett at this point yet.
That's right.
Which way is Foster going, by the way?
Well, he was he's going around as well, so good route choice by Casper Fawcett.
Savolainen. This is control 25, so this is right towards the end of this course. Savolainen here.
But you can see that he's not attacking anymore.
But if you think he's nearly 2 hours into this race, and it's so... okay, maybe I have the wrong perspective because I have this...
That doesn't look so good.
No, he is hobbling, isn't he?
That's not a good thing. I hope he will be ready again for the relay then, because he is very important for the Finnish team.
Certainly if you're based out of Scandinavia, it's really hard to get good trainings for the long distance just because there's not necessarily areas that are suited to that long distance and to the challenges of running a race that's going to be won in an hour and a half. You're going to probably, if you're hoping for a top 20, you're going to be longer than that. you know, it's hard to have that practice of having to do that much orienteering, do all those long legs, making sure you're fueling well as well on the course. I think it's much easier if you're based in Scandinavia or Switzerland or somewhere like that, where you have the terrain to suit those kind of courses, I think. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, you can. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, you can kind of be training long distances.
I mean, you can be out in the terrain a long time, but or you can be running for a long time, but it's just having to have that focus for so long. Even if they're going out to the roads, they can switch off a little bit, have a little bit of a rest.
I mean, what I can agree on is that it's hard to simulate a long distance like this in training, because if you would get into the situation that Leland was, for example, you would just basically think that it's a training, and then you would try, of course, to be focused, but you're not forced to. Here we have Matthias Kiburtz. He has, well, I think it's hard to say. I think he's on the way to control 12.
Yeah, he is. He's just crossing the path there. This is the control he's on his way to. And he's taken the round route choice, I think. Let's see. We kind of look out for him, listen out for him, maybe. His time compared to that of Regborn. Here he comes.
Regborn now.
He is ahead of Regborn now, so this is a lead here for Matthias Kiburtz.
Yeah, very good middle section here for Kiburtz.
And I'd kind of written him off. I'd counted him out of the title chase.
Yeah,
he
but I mean,
still be on.
Yeah, but we haven't had Foster there, as you said earlier. But of course, now he's ahead of Regborn again. He was quite far behind. I mean, we had Breivik in the lead. Then we had Fosser, Regborn ahead of him. We had Leland ahead of him. We had Ruohola ahead of him at the previous TV control. They were all dropped behind him now.
And you can see there on the screen, 1 minute gap between Fosser and Kiburtz. At that point, it's a kind of a guess based on the GPS tracking. So Fosser, we're live with him now on his way to the 11th
gap was
control.
1:03 at the control, so they're going very similar here.
Yeah. And we will obviously get that time check at number 12, and that's, you know, Regborn still in contention as well. Kiburtz still in contention. Svensk is a little bit further behind. That's Emil Svensk. And then we had Leland actually as well.
I mean, both of the Svensk brothers a bit behind.
This is Eetu Savalainen. We saw him hobbling out of control 25, and he just wants to get to the finish now, I think.
Yeah, this is not looking good for the relay.
But there's a few men who... no, most of the Finnish men are running both, aren't they?
Yeah.
Ruohola didn't run the middle, I don't think.
And he is a very important runner for a relay. He's he's very good at running relays. I hope it's not that bad, and it looks much better here. I hope he's just kind of retiring from the race and trying to save some energy for the relay. Looks better here than it looked in the forest.
Yeah, but you know, you can bring a little bit extra out when you have all the fans cheering on for you to cross the line. But I expect him to be in a lot of pain there. And it's whether he, what type of injury that is, whether he will be able to make it to the relay as well, or straight down on the floor there.
Into the shadow.
And shoes straight off as well, actually. I can see just standing there, in fact, coming down here to offer him some assistance. That's Thierry Georgiou.
Here we have Bonek at the TV control. He started just 3 minutes ahead of Kiburtz. So overtaken on the long leg.
This is Mathieu Perrin waiting for him here. This is the 19th control.
And
he had such a good start to his race.
But you can see that he's tired as well.
Yeah, he's actually dropped behind his teammate Contender. Speaking of relays, Perrin, Moulet, Basset. Could be a good race. This is the job of a coach. You know, this is what it's like being there at the finish line for your athletes, undoing their shoelaces when they're so knackered after that race, just being there for them. Okay, let's have a look at these routes then to 17. Svensk, you can see going a lot straighter, picking up that small path and then out to this big path here. You can see it means you take the climb going up the track where it's not so steep, it's not in the forest, and it's a big track there as well. You can really get your speed up, as you can see, and that puts Emil Svensk in ahead of Leland and Ruhala, who are in first and second place at the finish at the moment. So Svensk, was ahead of them at the previous TV control, still ahead.
Actually, I think that Breivik is retiring now at control 11.
What's he doing? He's gone out to the road.
He's going out on the roads, and he wouldn't do that if he would still be in the race.
That's the second long race that he's retired from. He retired after the World Cup race in Idre as well.
This is Jonas Ecker
on
the way to the last
bit, just going into the forest there. Maybe avoiding some of those rocks. See him into the finish very soon.
He was within the top 10 in Idre. Talked to his wife. His wife to be. They're gonna get married in a week. Before she hoped for a top 15.
And he looks on for that as well. Yeah, he looks okay for a top kind of 10, 15 even. He comes into the finish now. Will be third, so behind Leland and Ruhala, but could be on for a top 10 or a top 15. There's a finish there, 1:50.42 for Jonas Ecker of Switzerland. Such a long race. Let's go to control 12. So this is in the north section of the map. This is Victor Svensk we're looking out for the Swede, who should be here any second. Look out for the blue shirt. Here he comes. The blue and the yellow in amongst the green. Descending down into this one. I think it was quite an odd choice for him to... Oh no, he was third in the long distance. But he was fifth in the middle distance in Kuopio, the World Cup final. He did much better in the middle compared to the long. This is Kasper Fossa, and he is on his way to split control number 3. This is control number 12 here, and we just follow behind him.
I can tell you he executed that long leg well on the way now to the TV control, and you can see it there in the corner. It's 2 minutes. Of course, he is a few steps away still from 12th control, but it will be around 1.5 minutes.
Yeah, it crosses a path, drops down through the terrain, descending into this tiny little re-entrance. Here's the control, and he did have a gap. He had a gap of about a minute at the previous one. So it's grown here. You can see the Norwegian. This is where he is so strong. As the race progresses, he can kind of pace himself. He doesn't look tired. He just looks steady.
Yeah, but I mean, if we compare it to earlier long-distance races that he dominated, he had a very good start, and he caught other runners in the very beginning. Now, I mean, he had an okay start, but he was not outstanding compared to the others. He was not... I mean, they were still in contention at the first TV control, and we haven't seen that for a while, actually.
So dropping down now into the finish, we can take Contender, who actually now looks to be the best of the French guys out there. He was ahead of Perrin at the last point. We saw them both together. and he's very soon into the finish.
And actually interesting now, out from control 12, if we switch back to Kasper Fosse just for a short while, to 13, Kibbutz and Fosse on different route choices for the first time for a long period now.
But let's take Quentin Moulet into the finish. He's going to be just outside of the top 3 here. Great work for the Frenchman into 4th place, just under 6 minutes down from Leland. I think Leland will be surprised with his result today.
Yeah, probably. Well, he said that it was quite okay until the end when he got very tired. Yeah, but he will be surprised because when you have a feeling like this and you will get a very good result, that doesn't really match your expectations you had throughout the course, I guess.
No, absolutely not. These are the standings then at the finish. 3 Kiwis there inside the top 20. Very consistent performances from New Zealand. And we wait in the forest. I think we're looking out for. I wasn't say we're looking out for Wojtek Kral. I think we're looking out for Emil Svensk and Martin Hubmann, who've been running together. They're the next ones to this control after Wojtek Kral into 24th place. I think we're looking for Hubmann and for Svensk. Here they are. Emil Svensk into the lead, 1 minute ahead of Leland. He has pulled up some time between the last control and this one. He was like 20 seconds ahead of Lucas Leland, and now a minute.
You can see the comparison. Kibbutz out same as all the others. Actually, the top 10 times run on this leg are on this route, like path route choice. Fosse went straight. It's going to be interesting. We didn't have one of the top runners executing it straight, so it doesn't mean that it really has to be a very big difference. But I think there might be the chance for Kibbutz to win a few seconds back.
Yeah, the gap between Kasper Fosse and Matthias Kibbutz at the last check was about 1:45. These are standings at control 19 then. Emil Svensk in the lead, followed by Lucas Leland. Then Akseli Ruohola, Leland and Ruohola both in the finish now. And Emil Svensk and Martin Hubmann in 1st and 5th there, running together, making their way back towards this arena with an expectant crowd. And will it be success for Norway? She's certainly hoping so. Vestergaard from Canada. Canadian-Norwegian, if I'm not wrong.
That's right. Or Norwegian-Canadian, probably.
Into 13th at the moment. He didn't run the middle distance.
Interesting as well. I think it is the first runner I see going straight there of the top athletes. Martin Rekborn towards the 17th control. I was a bit surprised that no one else did it, because the control itself is not very, very difficult. You have this slope that starts, you can run just on the edge of it, and you get easily to the control. It's just, I think, the thing that's the thing here is that you have these stony areas, and in parts in the beginning they're very bad to run in. Here actually they're quite okay, especially in the uphill. Usually they're not slowing you down as much as when you're running in them downhill. So it's gonna be interesting to follow this one.
And from there, obviously, Regborn's closer, but he is in the terrain, but he's already at the right height. He was ahead of Emil Svensk at the previous TV control. That was actually quite a long way back at number 12. He was ahead by about just over a minute. And Regborn clearly heading exactly as you said for the top of the slope there, where the flat meets the slope. You can use it like a line feature and just run along that into the green, get the boulder. Not too tricky at all. And Fossa bang on the line to 13.
Yeah, looks very good as well. If he lost time here, he didn't lose a lot of time.
This tail is 5 minutes, you can see.
I would say it's still about the same as it was at the TV control. Maybe a bit less, but not much.
Well, you'll be able to look on the GPS tracking in a bit and be able to see what that kind of comparison is between the two controls and see what was the quickest when we compare those two fastest runners, Kiberts and Fossa. But, I mean, clearly Kasper Fossa has just set his compass and he is going for it, picking off features on the way.
I mean, you're not forced to pick so many features as long as you keep direction. You have this very distinct path just before the control that will help you relocate. So you have to take direction and push really, really hard through the green bits, through the stony bits, and be very attacking.
Timo Sild here into 8th place. A very technically good runner. In fact, a lot of the Estonians, because they're so close to Finland, do quite a lot of training out here. Thomas Krivda was the second to last starter. There was some chat I heard from the Czech commentators whether Thomas Krivda was actually going to start today with some illness possibly this morning. Obviously, he is out there in the forest. I think maybe a slightly high temperature, but there was chat about whether he was going to be replaced, whether he was going to start, and obviously has made it into the forest. Was 16th in yesterday's middle.
Here we have Svensk with a mistake at control 17. You can see Rickman did exactly that. He went to the slope and then follow it, as you mentioned, kind of as a line feature. We also had Foster at control 13, and I can give you the information that he lost about 45 seconds on that one between 12 and 13 compared to Matthias Kiburts. Matthias Kiburts and Victor Svensk, the fastest one, 12 to 13.
Timo Silden here, that is the second to last control. The last control being right at the edge of the arena, and now just running down the public paths here towards the arena itself. You can get a little snippet. Nice downhill run in. Nice. I mean, there's so much climb out on these courses. Have a look at the men's 565 meters of climb. I mean, quite typical of what we see from a men's long distance at this level, but good to have a nice downhill run in. Or at least finish to the last control in the run in. Wait for the Estonian here. Super experienced brothers, Timo and Lauri Sild. Really good technical orienteers. And we'll see him into the finish. Timo Sild here will come into 8th position. Just on the last few meters in front of this crowd and crossing that finish line. His time 1:57.06, nearly 2 hours and still in the top 10 at the moment. That shows you how long and how tricky these courses are. Control number 19, Keir Malone to 4th. but not the fastest Finn in the forest. This is Regborn though. Regborn 29 seconds ahead of Emil Svensk, and you could see that good route into 17. Of course, we saw Svensk making a mistake though as well. That's put Regborn up into the lead at that point. Those are the standings at control number 19. That's after 13.8 kilometers of running in a 16k course. Martin Regborn ahead of Emil Svensk at the moment. So we have that comparison then between Kibert and Fosse.
And it was about this, it's somewhere between 40 and 45 seconds, a bit depending on where exactly you put the time stopping, how accurate you are, but somewhere there. Interesting. And of course, Kasper Fosse doesn't know about this, so what we can see here is that it's clearly better on the routes to go around. You can put up a lot of speed and you save a bit of energy as well. It's very clear that Keyboards, for example, has the tactics to do that. Fosse obviously not every time. He's done it towards control 11 but not to control 13. So it's going to be interesting following controls to see if this continues like that Keyboards chooses to go around, and Fosse might be a bit more straight on
Is
the
this
routes.
what you mean by the terrain suiting the continental runners a bit more?
What I want to say is that, I mean, it opens up to the continental runners a bit more, because I think that a runner like Kibutz, you see it here again, he's choosing to go on the path, then go on the next path, jump over there. He's trying to avoid to run an S shape as Leland does. What I wanted to say with that is that you could choose terrain in Finland where there's no possibility to have route choices like this. We are close to a city, there are many paths, many roads. Not every terrain here has that. If you would go a bit further away from the cities, you would close that option for the continental runners, and it would be much more difficult for them to match the times of the Scandinavian runners, because they're much more used to have these long legs, to be working, to not have the possibility to relax every 10-15 minutes for about half a minute or something, where you don't have to be working on micro route choices.
I mean, so it's maybe not a decision of a case of better orienteering, because how you define orienteering can be very, very different in terms of what makes a good sport. But this maybe makes it a better race.
Yeah, I mean, you have, Well, it depends on who you ask, of course. If you ask the Scandinavian runners, they probably say, well, it's a better race if you have to do the navigation bit and every second. I think it's, and I've said that many times in continental terrain, for example, it's not as difficult to execute the legs, but it's still difficult to find the right routes, and it's also difficult mentally to be on point and to keep on fighting and to push yourself and remind yourself that you might be able to go a little bit quicker, and then change back when you get closer to the controls into this very technical orienteering in the circle, and you have to manage your speed in a different way in order to get to the controls.
This is Jakub Szelupski into control number 19. The young Czech runner. So we've had everybody through at control number 12 now. That was 9.7 kilometers, and those best runners now are kind of between that mark and our next TV control, the one you've just seen there, the one at 13.8 kilometers. But here's Kiburtz.
And I mean, it's still, we're talking a lot about Kiburtz and Fosse, but we have Riekborn, we have Svensk, Emil Svensk. They're still quite close to Kiburtz as well. So let's not take away the hope from the Swedish runners to get the first title in 30 years. The first forest title individual.
Exactly, and Kibbutz here, we're actually live with Kibbutz there, so following him a little bit earlier on in the race and following him through to 18.
I think he was a little bit behind Rekborn at 16, but he had a good route out to 17, that's my feeling.
Yeah, because you can see there ahead of Regborn. Regborn set the quickest time at control 19. And we just watch as Kibbutz picks his way through here. Hitting up the track, he will look ahead to find the tapes. There you can see, there's the tapes, which is great. I mean, you can just look up and you just see the tape and you just switch off for a bit.
Yeah.
But unusual to go that way round. I think it's better the other way round, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. I would have gone the other way around as well, but you get a bit of path in the uphill that might help to win back if you have the seconds. I'm not sure if it really matters. Back maybe to the long leg 16 to 17. Kibbutz actually lost time compared to Svensk, but he won time compared to Rekman, and Rekman went straight on the top of the hill and attacked. I mean, he was one of the only runners that didn't go around, follow the path all the way to this forbidden area. You can see now that he gets, I mean, the climbing is very good. This is a good path. If you go the other way around, you have to climb in the terrain. But yeah, distance-wise, it's closer if you go the other way.
So this is Emil Svensk here. He is on the last few meters of the course, actually,
yeah, he is.
because that's the second to last control, just dipping in there. It was a different one to the women's last control. And now staying in the slope a little bit more. He will actually, he will actually have to fight his way through some terrain here. This is a slow way out, I think, because although he's moving through it really well, but our camera runner, credit to him, is struggling here. And you can see him looking for the open areas.
That's definitely
not a good route to go. And he's not going to go, and I think the camera operator just going, nah, that'll do. Because he's got to fight his way around the edge of the out of bounds, around the edge of some buildings, and I think he'll lost a little bit of time there. But anyway, he will come in and set the fastest time here. We know Leland saying he was making a mistake at the end. Emil Svensk watching for him on the edge of the arena. Here he comes, here he is. Not a great route there, but into the finish line, and he's going to take a new leading time. You can see Martin Hubman there as well. And in fact, Hubman and Leland are going to go quicker, and Svensk are going to go quicker than Leland. Svensk into the lead, Hubman into second place. And you're looking at the GPS tracking there, Jonas, because did he cut? I mean, did he go through the buildings?
I mean, he can't have gone through the building. No, I
Not
think
through
everything's
the
right.
buildings, but through the olive green. We'll have to wait and see.
I don't think so.
Okay, Kibbutz compared to Regborn here. This is control number 19, and he was maybe a little bit more ahead of Regborn. So I think this route out to the 18th control has cost him a little bit, I think, possibly. Here he comes, here's the control.
It's not far ahead, but I agree. Might not have been the best option. Now he's behind Regborn.
Yep, goes just 4 seconds behind Regborn. Looking really good for the Swede there. Emil Svensk at that point was in third. We've got Foster finishing well.
Tell you, Foster is on the Regborn option to 17, so going straight over the hill, if you remember that long leg where we had many S shapes. But back here, you can also see that this is quite special. Regborn really going straight there. It's quite many fallen trees on the way.
Svensk is knackered there. Totally. 1:41.41 was his time. And you might see the print out there, the time, and think he's going to be absolutely beaten by miles, but he won't be. I think these courses, again, are going to run slightly long, as they did with the women's. Let's have a look then at those standings at the finish. We just had Emil Svensk and Martin Hubman into the finish, taking 1 and 2. Leland now into 3rd, with Ruhala into 4th place. Quentin Moulet still in the top 10, as you can see. Bojan Vandekov just pushed out of the top 10. He was leading as we started focusing on the men's race.
Here you can see that Fosse on the same option as Rekborn, at least in the second part of the route. Not many runners have executed this one like this. I can actually tell you there have been 4 runners so far that went over the hill in this section here. There were a few that just went up after the lake and using the re-entrant up there.
But Regborn played it a little bit more safe into that control, heading for the edge of the slope.
Yes, he did. But we also know that Regborn lost about 50 seconds. But on the other hand, Fosse did take another exit from control 16, so it could differ a little bit.
Yeah, but he's he's absolutely on the line there. Could maybe aim off still from there a little bit further right. And just did if you felt like you wanted to put a bit of safety in, but I mean, you kind of do that in a relay. You don't do that in a long distance World Championships where you think you've got to go all out. So if we're looking in the fight for the medals then, we've got to be looking at, well, Kasper Fosse, who you can see leading there, Emil Svensk and Martin Regborn and Matthias Kiberts.
Yeah.
This is Wojciech Kral on the last few meters of his race, just taking those stones, dropping down off of the hill. A Czech athlete, best known as a sprinter back in the day. I remember him winning one of the first ever knockout sprints we had at the World Cup. He was a bit of a specialist at that back in the day, back when that started. Back in the day. What am I talking about? Wasn't that long ago. The Wojciech Kral into the finish here. Outside the top 20. He's looking into his right, looking up at the big screen, see exactly where he is. And lots of support really every single time we had a runner into the finish, when we saw them through the arena as well. Really lots of support and lots of cheering. Here's Martin Regborn. And we will see. He's in that fight then with Matthias Kiberts in medal spots. He was 4 seconds ahead at the previous TV control. He drops down now here, dropping into the 25th control. This is Skirmelo as well, I think. And then Regborn going 46 seconds quicker than Emil Svensk, who's listening now. Super long distance race out there. Emil, how did you find it?
Oh, it was really tough. Quite bad route choice on the first long leg, I think, for me. But I tried to keep up the speed and keep up the orienteering the whole way. So yeah, I need to be satisfied with the whole race.
Yeah, how hard is it to keep pushing right at the end, but also keep focus as well?
Yeah, it's really tough. It's stony ground and hard orienteering all the way, so it's tough out there.
And the route choices proved quite interesting today, I think. What were you looking at when you were making your decision?
Yeah, of course. You look around if you find some path and some good route choices around, but I take around sometimes and straight sometimes. I don't know which is the best.
Will you, it looks good maybe for a top 6, maybe into kind of 4th place, stacking up with some of the other runners who are still left in the field. Will you try and watch some of the race now, or will you not want to watch at all?
Yeah, of course I need to watch the race.
Well, we'll let you go for that. Well done today.
Thanks.
So Emil Svensk there, current leader at the finish, 1 hour 41.41. We've got Kibbutz, we've got Regborn, as you can see here. We've got Fossa all coming into the finish very, very soon. And you can see this is how you should execute this part of the race. Dropping down here for Martin Regborn. And he will be very, very shortly into the arena. Here's Kimela. Big cheer for Kimela as the Finnish fans see him on the screen. And I think there's been a different route for Regborn here. Dropping down into the finish as well. In fact, he's very, very close behind Kimela. So Kimela comes out first. He's pulled some time back. He really has pulled some time back because he's going to go into second place here. Working hard on this last section. In fact, he's had a really good end, and maybe that's where his long distance skills have really shown. When others have struggled, he's done it really well. Here's Regborn. Made a few mistakes maybe at the end because he was with Kimela, but he does go into the lead by 54 seconds. Regborn into the lead. And a medal-winning performance?
Yeah. Yes.
Come on, I wanted to say a little bit more than that.
No, I mean, it's between Kasper Fosser and Kibbutz and Regborn now. And with a big advantage for Kasper Fosser, of course. I think it's going to be tight between Regborn and Kibbutz for silver and bronze, but we shouldn't be, well, leaning out the window too far. I mean, we have been following the women's race. Everything can happen. Here we follow Kasper Fosser to TV split number 4.
Yeah, this is the 19th
And you can
control.
see, if you look at the map, you have like these boulders almost lined up towards the control, so you can follow one and after the others to this one. This one is very small actually compared to the others.
Yeah, but it's quite well sighted. You can see there 2 minutes and 10 seconds ahead. Kasper Fosser looking for another long distance win. He's a world champion. He's a European champion. He won the World Cup just 2 weeks ago. A big favourite. Let's have a look here then.
Yeah. Is this the comparison live? Then it's very, very tight between them. Kibbutz went straight, the only one. And I know that he got the control quite well. Still, it didn't matter so much. Not the best exit there for Kibbutz. Yeah, it's going to be a tight one. Definitely advantage Regborn at the moment. Will be a fight between Kibbutz and Svensk as well.
Yeah, Kibbutz has got to be careful. He could end up with another 4th place if he's not careful on these last few races. We saw in the women's race mistakes in this last section where it kind of looks easy on the map, but when they're so tired, that's what's so tricky.
It's not exactly the same control here, though. They had it a bit further to the left in the picture, and this one actually you can follow the path until it splits, and then you can head down. You really shouldn't miss this one. But I said that in the women's race already, because you have the big terrace down there.
Yeah, you did. And yeah, it looks really good for Regborn, even if he's going a slightly further route here. He's won a European title in the long distance before. I mean, he's also won at the shortest distance, one of the shortest distances. He's the world sprint champion. But it will be his best ever world champs performance in a long distance race. It's really interesting that you can be so good at the 2 extremes of orienteering, the sprint race and the long distance race. Can follow the tracking. Oh, so close with Emil and with Matthias here. Their dots almost seem to get closer and closer together. We're live with Matthias
And we know that
Kibbutz,
Emil Svensk was really pushing really hard from towards the last control.
So our athletes, Kibberts making his way through. We've just had Foster at control 19. Victor Svensk still out there as well. Erik Langedal Breivik did finish. He did end his race. I'm just trying to find the information.
Yeah, but not with all of the controls.
No. He retired. He apparently he was so exhausted he chose to abort the race and jogged home. Racing the middle distance yesterday, world champion yesterday, not finishing today's long distance. His Bojan Blumenstein from Germany. Trying to make it inside the top 30. Loads of support for every runner that finishes this incredibly tough race. Over the 2-hour mark there for the German. Reaching the final stages of this race.
So tight between Svensk and Kibberts. I think that Rekman, I mean, we know how he performed towards the finish. Might have lost a few seconds, at least compared to Kirmula on the last bit, but not that much that he would lose that silver medal here. But it's definitely a fight between Emil Svensk and Matthias Kibberts.
And yeah, Jonas next to me is looking really carefully at Kibberts' live GPS tracking. Being a friend of yours, you will be paying extra close attention to his races. Feeling nervous?
Well, I've been in those situations many times. I've had family members in situations like this before, so yeah, I'm quite used to that one.
Lots of family members, friends of orienteering, even club mates will be very used to that experience of watching your teammates.
Actually, Kibberts is doing something I did as well, going a bit too much to the left there. He could be more straight as Rekborn, but you can see that Svensk is, he went there as well. At this point here, it's very nice orienteering. You can see it very open. Visibility is good. Runnability is good.
So yeah, we're just following Kibberts there, but it looks like it will be, the current leader in the finish, but it could be a second place overall. Martin Regborn listening to this. Martin, it looks like a really, really good race from you. What went so well today?
I have fought really hard all the way. This was one of the toughest long distances I ever ran. I think it was the last part, the forest was so rough, and when you get tired, it's so difficult to run in the forest.
I mean, you've been running so many long distances in your career, and I mean sometimes they were a bit longer also time-wise, but made this one so tough.
I mean, you don't get anything for free in the forest. You have to lift your feet, and it's stony, and yeah, I think maybe I ran a little too fast in the beginning. I was really tired in the end, but you're supposed to be tired in the end of a long distance as well. So yeah, I don't know. I'm just really happy to be in the finish. I'm so tired.
Yeah, well, congratulations today. Looks like a really good run. Thank you so much for chatting.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to focus on this fight then between Matthias Kibberts and Emil Svensk. Looking at those dots on the GPS tracking, it's so close. It's super, super close. Did Emil Svensk, was he the one who went through the tree?
Yeah.
Okay.
But he was pushing really hard there.
He really was. Here's Kibberts then. We pick him up
you can
live.
See that he is hesitating a bit, checking the different paths. It's sometimes when you have so many paths and you're tired, it's not that easy to be able to see them. This control here is just beside the path, and if you just look at the map and you're not careful, you could think that it is actually on the path. I think that was a bit of the hesitation he had. He will just go back up again,
and
now we have to go and run quick here. I have the feeling that Svensk was quicker on the last meters.
Yeah, Svensk was really pushing here. Remember, he dropped down out of that previous control, went through all the bushes, although that will kind of slow him
But
down.
they have different running styles as well, so it can kind of, yeah, the eye can be different, but
yeah, well, we'll see. We have to wait and see. We can't predict anything because this is so tricky, and he can go either way here. It doesn't matter. This path splits and then comes back together again. This one, actually, this part of the path is a little bit more open than the other part. He will regroup with the others and drop down here in towards the control. We can see one of the runners ahead. That's Jakub Chalupski, and here's Kibert then into the finish. Will it be a medal or not for Kibert? Will he be ahead of Emil Svensk? Who knows? There's
gap was 1
seconds in it. There's seconds in it. Let's have a look. Kibert's at the arena. We can see the Swiss fans waiting. Here he comes in at the arena.
He was outside the medal by a second yesterday.
He was. Is he going to be inside it this time?
I think
looks
it's good enough
for Kibert. Is he going to get a medal here? The Swiss runner, he powers into the line. He's got to be ahead of Emil Svensk. In order to get a medal, he is ahead of Emil Svensk. Kibert goes second, and with Fossa still to come, it is a medal there for the Swiss orienteer, Matthias Kibert. He so wanted the title to make it a clean sweep of all of the disciplines on the long distance, but I think, will he be happy with the bronze today?
Yeah, he will be happy with that. I'm quite sure about this. This was a good race for him. He had a disadvantage by a minute after the first long route to the second control. From then it was quite okay. He executed the long legs good. You could feel that he was tired in the end. But otherwise I think he has to be happy with this one.
Yeah, he dropped behind Martin Regborn in the section around kind of, I think, control 19.
You can see how tired he is.
I mean, again, 1 hour 41 and he's in third place. It's a long distance, longer than you expect.
And now we have one question to answer. Is it going to be the first Swedish title for 30 years or not?
Well, Martin Regborn is in pole position at the moment, but Kasper Fossa has been leading throughout the course, or almost throughout the course, and he is on his way to... Whereabouts is he now? We saw him through at the 19th control, just looking back through the terrain.
Yes, he's on
his way to the 24th control.
And I mean, I said it in the women's race, but he can't give away 2 minutes from here. That's not possible.
Well, you said it in the women's race, and then Tove Alexanderson lost the gold. So we will keep a very close eye on Kasper Fossa, because actually he's going to that place where Tove Alexanderson made her second mistake. But he looks on the line and he's actually catching runners. He can probably see them ahead of him, can't he?
Yeah, he can see them. And I
Here
mean,
he is.
He doesn't have the kind of nerve-wracking situation that he did a mistake before. So this bit here is not that difficult if you have the nerves on your side.
So that's the 24th control. We just saw him punch there, hitting up the tracks here. On his way to the 25th, which is where we will get that time check. The gap was about 2 minutes and looking super strong. He just making it look super, super easy. Kind of just keeps that very, very steady style, but moving quickly through the terrain, dropping down off the slope. We'll catch him from the other direction as he approaches his 25th control. Here he is, dropping down on this rocky section. It's a gorgeous view if you looked over to the left there, and he is in the lead by 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
And something we have to say here in this long distance, actually we haven't seen that many big groups of runners together. Quite good, they managed quite well to keep them apart. Foster is not running in a big group, taking the silver and bronze medalist with him.
And is that because... Why is that?
I think we had the favorites a bit more spread out in this last group. We didn't have the biggest 3 favorites just in a row, and then it might not, due to the fact that we have so long route choices, they were not very difficult to execute, but they were very decisive, but it don't split the field into, like, they don't produce these big gaps.
So we follow behind Kasper Fosse here. It's Jannis Bonnek ahead of him, and he's got one more control to go before the arena. Dropping down here, it's very public forest, lots of dog walkers. That's the control, the 24th control. Back up here now, super well prepared. He's going to try and overtake the Austrian. But you're looking at the new world champion. I say new world champion, the world champion again here in the long distance. Kasper Fosse, he's a 2 times defending long champion. He's going to win his 3rd medal in a row. We should do anyway.
Had such a dominance of Norwegian orienteering in the long distance. First Olav Lundanes and now Kasper Fosse.
A recovery here from Victor Svensk, I think. Lost lots of time in the start, really. And he is going to end up in the top 6 here today. Just behind his brother, about a minute and a half behind his brother.
And this is his first World Championship race in his career. He's not very satisfied as it looks, but I mean that's going to be a great result for Victor Svensk and a great result for the Swedish runners, even though they miss out on this gold medal again.
They do indeed. Still no forest gold for Sweden for 30 years, but Bonnek is there and Fosse is coming. Fosse is here. Individual. Fosse is here and he's going to take his 3rd World Championship long title in a row. He is so good at this discipline and he's going to win it by nearly 3 minutes. Kasper Fosse crosses it. He doesn't know. There he goes. He knows he's won it. By 3 minutes, he's just being told by his coach, and there's his partner, who tells him that she won as well. So the golden couple of orienteering, Kasper Fosse and Simona Abersold, both with the gold medal today in this long distance. And actually, Kasper Fosse's race, very, very different to Simona Abersold's. He had a tough start, but then he was just so good, he didn't seem to really make any mistakes.
No, he had a bit of a hesitation in one of the controls to the very north. Not the best route there on just after the TV control. After the very long leg, I think control 12 to 13. But otherwise it was very clean. And I mean, no one picked the best option on all of the route choices today. He was very consistent as usual in long distance. He didn't really have the chance to what he's really good at is pushing through the terrain, doing the navigation at the same time. It was not really the skill needed today in this long distance all the time. He had the long legs where you had to push on the road. Of course, he's not able to open big gaps there, but still he's the best. He wins it by 3 minutes, and we're talking about a closer race than before in other long distances. 3 minutes is still a huge difference.
Yeah, it's an acre of time. That was the difference then from Kasper Fosse to Martin Regborn. Matthias Kiberts gets 3rd place. You can see, as we mentioned there, 3 Swedes in the top 5. Martin Hubman also there. Jannis Bonnek in the top 10 eventually.
And I mean, all 3 of the Swedish runners didn't compete yesterday. Definitely not a disadvantage, I would say. They were good. I mean, you said it, comeback. Victor Svensk, he was not good in the first bit, better in the second bit. Emil Svensk, not very good in the first bit. Tuned up in the second. Yeah, but they were not running the middle distance. They had more energy left in the last part in order to end up that high up in the result list. And I think especially the fight between Rekman and Kiberts. Well, I don't want to take anything away from Rekman. He's a great orienteer and he's good in every discipline, but he didn't run the middle distance yesterday. And in the fight, you could see that Kiberts struggled to keep up the speed and Rekman could overtake him. Here we had this first leg, and here you can see Kiberts a minute behind due to the route choice. Those controls here not very, very decisive, even though they were running different options. Then the arena passage, it was the chance to get a feedback from the coaches, get a few drinks there. 7-8, the next route. Even here, it didn't really matter if you went to the north or to the south. You can see that Fosser's gap about a minute. Rekborn might have done a small mistake to control 8 different routes here. An advantage for the runners going to the west on the streets and paths. It was also the place where we kind of lost Breivik, who was good in the beginning of the race. Then the second TV control here, different routes executed. Fosse compared to Kibbutz and the Rekborn. Fosse lost about 50 seconds on this one, if I remember right. Then here, small hesitation into 13. I mean, that's not really a mistake. Then he had some small hesitation to 15 again. Well, if you're really looking for something, then we find it there. Kibbutz did a mistake at 16, not a very big one. I think he was a bit looking for the path here as well on this route, so might not have been executed perfectly. Then here we notice that kind of tiredness was hitting a few of the runners, especially Kibbutz. Tight fight from here. I think it was good for him that he went straight on this one. And then from here it was clear that it would be tough to beat Rekborn, but it was very close between Svensk and Kibbutz. And I wonder now if it was decisive. I think the route actually was a bit better to 26 by Kibbutz. Svensk went to the left, Kibbutz stayed to the right. Might have differed
the world
2
champion
seconds.
Kasper Fosse. Congratulations, Kasper, on your 3rd long distance world champs title in a row. How does that feel?
It feels crazy. It's such a rough ground in the forest there, and when you get too tired towards the end, it feels like you're just falling around in the forest. So when I came to the finish there and realized I was a winner, it was a really nice surprise.
Could you sense that you were about to win with such a big margin?
No, I had no idea. You have days where pushing your body feels easy, and then you have days where you really have to work mentally to push, and this was one of those days where I really had to work for it. And then, it's always hard to say how fast the speed is out there, but I felt like I took quite okay routes. I never made any bigger mistakes than 10-15 seconds, and I knew that when I do a clean race, then I know it's going to be good.
Thank you, Kasper. Congratulations once again.
Thank you so much.
Really interesting there, talking about mentally pushing it round the long distance, and it's about the focus, it's about trying to keep it going and just not giving up. A lot of runners talking about they wanting to give up today.
Yeah, but it's something that I mentioned yesterday already. When you are in good shape, it doesn't always feel good anyway. I mean, you're suffering on a higher level. It feels horrible to push your body through the terrain, even if you're in good shape. Sometimes when you have a really good day, then it feels good, and you're almost flying through the terrain. It's not really this kind of terrain here. We heard from Martin Rekborn that you had to work for every step. But yeah, a good shape doesn't mean that you're just flying through the terrain. It's just that you can run at a higher level, but you get the same feeling.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to move on to our flower ceremony today then for this long distance world championships. We'll award the flowers and the prizes, awarding the medals later once the results are confirmed. And they each receive a tree that gets planted up in Tarko, where we had the event centre, where we had the middle qualifier. A little memorial, as it were, to the World Championships. That's what they're going to be awarded. Get another World Champs medal for Matthias Kibbutz today, taking the bronze medal. He's got 15 World Champs medals. This is number 16. Taking the bronze there. He's been targeting this race on his comeback from the marathon back into orienteering. Second place goes to Sweden's Martin Rekborn. Long silver medal to add to his sprint gold from last year. Success at the shortest and the longest disciplines. he will get that silver medal. Really fast running, with the Swedish team putting all their eggs in one basket, only running the long or the middle, him running the long. But it is the third title in the row for Norway's Kasper Fosse. And the margin of 3 minutes is a big one on a race like this, over 16 kilometers. Kasper Fosse retains his title, 3 world champs gold in the long distance in a row. To add to his silver he got yesterday, there's the podium, Norway, Sweden and Switzerland. Again, we're used to seeing all of these 3 men on top of the podium as well, showing their world-class credentials on a race that involved a lot of route choice, a lot of fine navigation as well. One that maybe opened it up for the continental runners, but it was Norway and Kasper Fosse taking the win in the end. And with a mixture of nations on the podium as well, it sets up really, really nicely for the relay. That'll be coming up on Saturday. We'll see you then.
See you then.